charged at officers with the knife and ignored commands to drop it. That's when 4 officers fired their guns, hitting the suspect. Hill was taken to the hospital where he later died. All 4 officers who fired their weapons are now on administrative leave as the investigation continues.
Sometimes the stupidity of these people is beyond recognition. 4 cops, you charge 4 cops with 1 knife. Yeah, you're going to end up dead right there.
That's pretty much all I got.
Ladies and gentlemen, Elvis has left the building.
Have a good weekend.
Follow Michael Brown at Michael Brown USA and stay connected with all of us at 630 KHOW, KHOW.com, and on the iHeartRadio app. Tom Martino is next on Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
At discountbath.com, they take discounts seriously. Like this deal for a complete conversion of that old ugly tub into a beautiful walk-in shower for just $9,888. Get rid of that old shower tub combo and get a beautiful walk-in, custom designed for your preferences. Acrylic walls that mimic stone, lifetime warranty, and no maintenance. Call 720-979-2322 or discountbath.com.
Man, I am happy to tell you about the only realtor that made the cut for Team Dave Logan, and that is Troy Hansford. I recommend Troy because he's the only agent that will guarantee to sell your home at your price, or he'll write you a check for $5,000. And the good news, he puts that in writing. He can make that guarantee because he spends tens of thousands of dollars generating demand. And right now, he has hundreds of approved home buyers ready to buy. He just doesn't have enough houses. So if you have a house, Troy might have that perfect buyer for you right now. Give him a call, 720-900-4433. Let me give you a story. Just last week, Troy listed a house that was on the market for almost a month. You know what? Troy sold it for full price in less than a week. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy will buy your house for all cash, and he can close in as little as 7 days. Call Troy and get your home sold for the most money. 720-900-4433. Again, that's 720-900-4433. Troy Hansford with RE/MAX Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions apply.
Sweltering summer heat just around the corner. Get your AC ready with the only extreme clean available from Fix It 24/7. For just $39, a refurbishment of your AC. No one offers this level of service for this price. Attack dirt and grime. Biggest killer of ACs. Give it life, efficiency, and a no breakdown guarantee. Just $39. Book online. FixMyHome.com. Book now. Fix It 24/7, your official AC partner of the Colorado Rockies.
24/7, we'll be there on the double.
Summers are beautiful in Colorado, so don't spend them painting. Do what your neighbor Tom did. He called Rhino Shield.
So our house was built in 1986. And the paint was starting to look a little worn. I decided I needed to give Rhino Shield a call.
Rhino Shield ceramic technology is specifically formulated for our unique climate right here in Colorado, and it's Class 1 fire rated.
The Rhino Shield crew was quite good, and the people were top-notch. I basically came home 2 days after they started it, and it was done.
Right now, Colorado, you can get the 25-year guaranteed protection of Rhino Shield for 10% off the regular price.
Even now, when we're riding together, we come home, we're like, man, that looks great. And we've had compliments from friends that have been over and looking at it, and it just really looks awesome.
Here's owner Jim Williams.
This offer is limited, so call me at 844-317-4466. That's 844-31-RHINO. Or rhinoshieldco.com.
Go Rhino Shield.
Forging ahead together drives Colorado's pioneering.
Oh wow! So it works.
Oh, 100%. You know, I've still had days where it's bad enough I still need my crutches and whatnot.
But generally,
I mean, yeah, it's
like 90%. That's fucking amazing.
The most chronic thing is this hand.
Is it a new drug?
It's been around for a little while.
Like years?
Yeah.
Okay. It's that expensive.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder when generics kick.
Oh.
Mark, it's
7 years.
Rheumatoid arthritis.
Like
that's what my granny had.
Mm-hmm.
Is Kevin coming in today?
No.
He get his store manager called in.
Wisdom teeth.
Which can be a
Not
mouthful.
Kevin, right?
The manager.
Oof. I don't envy that.
No.
I'd rather work.
They had to break my jaw when they took mine out.
Oh, that's horrible.
Yeah, they couldn't get to the one, so they had to break it.
Whoa.
What's even worse is the mulch you have to eat until they get the freaking wires out.
My worst, I'm trying to think. My nose surgery was fucking just the first 2 or 3 days. So they went in and they like carved part of my bone out, and then they drilled a hole from here into my sinus cavity for sinus surgery all at the same time. And then they put these fucking popsicle sticks like up, I mean literally up to here.
We both had that surgery.
It fucking hurt.
Well, you had the holes.
What?
For snoring or something?
No, mine is because I couldn't breathe. I simply couldn't breathe anymore.
He was getting infections, sinus infections.
24/7.
And then during the pandemic, I had an eye surgery that was eye muscle repair surgery.
She would wake up going, "There's glass in my eye."
It just that felt like shards of glass for.
What was it?
It was eye muscle repair.
It was pretty brutal surgery.
So, it was terrible.
And then I had to have my nose surgery twice. Remember?
Hello,
Mark
my
goes in
peeps.
twos. He had 2 colonoscopies. He had 2.
Nobody
else is listening to you besides me.
I just want you to listen. You're the only one I care about.
It's always an honor. It's an honor, Mr. Martino.
We'll see you in 5, maybe 10. I forget.
They told
7.
me 5, I think. Yeah, it was 5.
Yeah.
You
I'll
okay
be-
just
Kinda
hearing
freaky
them?
on that first
I'll be
one.
right
I don't
back,
need
brother.
to feed you station. Okay, I'll feed you station. Here you go.
After a security briefing on Israel's war against Iran, Iran is in Geneva right now meeting with European leaders as both sides maintain their missile attacks on each other. This is ABC News. As Ukraine keeps fighting for its own existence, Russia keeps increasing its attacks.
Vladimir Putin seems pretty committed to keep fighting. He's been down in the Kursk region visiting troops there. Russian troops have been pushing the Ukrainians out of that area that they had hoped to hold onto to keep as part of a negotiation leverage in any future negotiation. And on that visit, we saw Vladimir Putin wearing military uniform. The first time we've seen that since the Russians invaded.
ABC's James Longman reporting. British lawmakers have begun debating whether to back a bill that would help terminally ill adults end their lives in England and Wales. That vote today could bring the biggest change to social policy since abortion was legalized there in 1967. And Aflac is reporting this morning, word just coming in, that some personal information of its customers may have been stolen. Aflac is reporting they've been victims to a cyber attack. Wayne Cabot, ABC News.
You know that feeling? Like every door is closing and you just can't see a way out? Being unemployed, underemployed, or just out of school feels a lot like that. But when you find the right tools, suddenly everything just clicks. Getting on that path may be easier than you think. A good place to start? Go to findsomethingnew.org. At findsomethingnew.org, you have access to resources that help develop new skills. Skills that will position you for careers in today's growing industries, from healthcare and manufacturing to cybersecurity and alternative energy. Plus, you can take advantage of online courses, certification programs, apprenticeships, and more. So you can take yourself from unemployed and uncertain to empowered and prepared for what's next. Find your path to a new career today. Visit findsomethingnew.org. A message from the Ad Council.
KHOW News Time, 10:03.
A cool down is coming, but first, some really hot weather.
It's going to be a hot one for the next couple of days, near triple-digit heat. I think we're going to hit 100 today. The record is 99. It's going to be hot and breezy. We've got heat advisories in place for today and tomorrow. It's still hot on Sunday, but in the low 90s. And then we've got a big cool down on the way for next week in the 70s and 80s with rain.
That's Fox 31 meteorologist Kylie Burrs. Former Colorado quarterback Shedeur Sanders, now a Cleveland Brown, has been cited for speeding multiple times this month. The Ohio State Patrol stopped Sanders for allegedly driving 91 in a 65 zone. He was set to be arraigned Monday, but failed to appear for that hearing. That follows a report earlier this week that Sanders was cited driving over 100 miles per hour in a 60 zone in Strongville. He is due in court July 3rd for that ticket. A spokesperson for the Browns says Sanders is taking care of the tickets. He was selected in the 5th round of this year's NFL draft. That's the latest. I'm Chad Bauer.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Red Pilled America.
Yeah, still pretty quiet. We are seeing some slowing out of the airport on Pena from Tower, heading back on to I-70. I-70 eastbound at Colfax is hanging up a little bit. It is construction-related. Slight delays there. 225 in from Parker, still a little busy. I-25 south coming into downtown, as well as 270, and even I-70 from Colorado, basically to Brighton. If you're heading into the foothills, there is construction work at the bottom of Floyd Hill. It's not a closure, but it is slowing traffic. And with traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
If you want to destroy woke culture and you like good old-fashioned stories, then you'll love Red Pilled America, the common sense storytelling show that aligns with your values. Listen to Red Pilled America on the iHeartRadio app. That's Red Pilled America, a storytelling show.
Our iHeartRadio Music Festival
Presented by Capital One
is coming back to Las Vegas.
September 19th and 20th, streaming live only on Hulu.
And you can be there.
For a weekend full of superstar performances, never-before-seen collaborations, and once-in-a-lifetime artist moments you'll have to see to believe. Tickets are on sale now at AXS.com. Get your tickets today at AXS.com. And we'll see you at our 2025...
Imagine cutting out the middleman when getting a new home loan. Whether it's a traditional mortgage, a reverse mortgage, a HELOC, or a refinance, CMG Financial is the leader. They're the bank. They can beat almost any rate out there. I'm consumer advocate Marc Mager. If you're looking for a home loan, you need to call CMG Financial. They're going to save you a ton of money. Don't let the other guys fool you. Go to partnerinlending.com. Partnerinlending.com.
Discover unparalleled comfort with L&L Heating and Air Conditioning. Your locally family-owned experts, proudly boasting an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau, we offer reliability you can trust. Right now, enjoy $1,000 off a new AC and furnace with qualifying equipment, plus a free humidifier with installation. Financing options available. Schedule your air conditioning full system evaluation and cleaning today for only $59. Visit bestdenverhvac.com. L&L Heating and Air. You'll be comfortable with us.
It's the Dan Kapla Show. Afternoons 4 to 6.
Friday at 4, the horror of domestic violence is soaring in Denver. The DA has had to add 2 full new units to prosecute the crime. Why is it increasing in Denver, and how do we stop that? Join me at 4.
Yeah. Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. Come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hello, what's happening today with us? It's Car Day, or you could say Car Friday, as we do every Friday. By the way, the show in general will not change that much, except we'll emphasize cars a little more. You can still call with any other consumer issue. You know, there really is no place to discuss consumer issues. You can discuss politics and religion and philosophy, but there's nowhere to really unload and to just say, come on, man, this shouldn't be happening, or this should be happening, or why are we doing this, or why are we doing that? And you probably, as a result, did not hear a lot about the big, beautiful bill as it pertains to certain consumer issues. The big, beautiful bill, did you know, excludes tax credits for solar. So in the latest edition, they've dropped out all tax credits for solar systems. Now think about that. Solar system installations were down in 2024, 31% anyway. And then the industry was making big adjustments. A lot of companies went bankrupt. Now we have, of course, Red Rocks RS, Red Rocks Roof and Solar. Of course, they're a dealer, they're an installer, they're a servicer. There will always be a lot of service and stuff needed. But until they do it. Now, this is not a commercial here. I mean, not that it matters. If it was, who cares? I love them. But you can still get in under the old law. You can still do it. And every indication is that it's not going to be around anymore. But they might put it back in if people write to their lawmakers saying, we think tax credits are important.
Why would you do that, though?
Why would somebody write saying we think tax credits are important for solar systems? Oh, well, if they
or
think,
for cars, they're being taken away for cars as well, electric cars.
Yeah. Well, my personal opinion is the tax credits, of course, they cost us money, right? So we have to weigh the costs with the benefit. I think personally that EVs and solar on houses helps not just the environment. Okay, it does have a footprint. I'm not saying it's going to stop climate change or any of that stuff. I'm not getting into that, because to produce the batteries and stuff, there's a cost. There's an eco cost to everything. But I think it helps air quality. I think it helps local air quality, especially in cities like Denver. But I think that I just think solar is a good idea.
I don't believe in local air quality.
You don't believe in what, Mark?
Local air quality. Hell, there can be a fire in Canada and we have it here downtown.
Yeah, I know. You're right. You're right. Air is air. But what I meant was there are a lot of cities, though, where EVs, I think, can make a dent and help. So what, Mark, do you think we should not have incentives? What do you think?
As you know, I absolutely love my Teslas 100%. I did not get any tax credits, but I kind of liked it when it was out there because it helps Elon and Tesla, and I own a bunch of their stock. Now, if I didn't own their stock, I'd feel a completely different way. I generally don't feel I should be paying for Jeff's solar system or anybody's solar system. I don't believe in tax credits for much. I think it's a good way of cheating.
Okay. So in general, you don't like incentives and tax credits for people who know
for almost anything. I think like the bikes, Denver gives so much money for like free electric bikes. I mean, why am I paying for someone else's electric bike?
Now,
that's insane.
And let me bring something up that I feel is pretty cool. And he's been consistent for years. Mark, he'll tell you he is a selfish voter. And he is I don't mean that in a bad way. He is a selfish voter and a selfish observer of the current climate. He wants to know, how is this affecting me? And a lot of people don't do that. They don't do it. But
I think they don't say it, but they do it.
Oh, okay.
Well, I agree with Mark. I think most voters vote because of what they think is going to affect them personally.
Okay, but as Mark said, they don't say that. They talk about lofty ideas when it comes to the environment or other things, but they might vote against that privately. I believe that's so. I know a lot of...
I think most people are that way. They want to act like they're self-righteous.
Okay.
You know, but in general, if it affects you, it affects you.
Let's talk to Arzi. I believe I hope I'm pronouncing it right. Arzi, A-R-Z-I, Arzi.
That's it. You're pronouncing it exactly right.
Well, what's going on with you, Arzi? What's happening?
Mr. Martino, I lost my oldest sister. I lost my mother. I lost my dad. And another sister just about all at the same time. Well, I have a young lady that's my younger sister, and I got doubts about that as far as that goes, but I became the personal representative of my parents' estate and my oldest sister, Cosetta. And I got an attorney from where my wife used to work, and Williams, Weiss, Pebble, and
well, I don't need to know each and every name or syllable or anything. Okay. So go on with your story, though. I'm interested. So you were a personal representative for your mom and your older sister. Keep going.
Right. And the people that were my attorneys, they got in cahoots here with my supposedly youngest sister.
Now, I need to ask some basic questions, Arzi. How many people right now are surviving in the family? You and your youngest sister, and who else?
2 half-brothers.
Okay. Keep going then.
And I am the oldest of them all.
I got it.
I became
One
the
sister and
personal
two half brothers. So where are we going with the story, though? You're saying that the attorney, is he making private deals? With what
Yes,
is he?
he is.
And who chose this attorney to represent the estate?
I did.
Okay. And how did you find the attorney? I don't need to know a lot about the attorney, but how did you find this firm?
My wife works for the firm.
Now, you understand, as personal representative, you can fire that firm if you think they're making underhanded dealings. But it might just be your imagination. RZ, tell me what you think they're doing wrong.
Well, they've taken the estate out of my hands.
How?
Well, they some kind of way went to the courts or something, and I'm not the personal representative anymore.
Okay, hold on now. Hold on.
Okay.
I did not realize. So they took away that. They could have only done that if one of the heirs complained. So did someone who complained? Your youngest sister?
Yes.
Did the two brothers go along with her?
That's what is happening.
Okay, hold on, because what I want to do is get maybe Dan McKenzie on, if we can get him to discuss this. RZ, it's very difficult to displace someone as a personal representative. I can only assume that there was some evidence or something there, or that you didn't put up a stink.
Yeah, what are they claiming? Are they saying like you're on drugs or you're an alcoholic or you're a felon? They must be alleging something, whether it's real or not.
Or mishandling the estate. What are they accusing you of?
They're saying that I mishandled the estate.
Okay.
Fiduciary reasons or whatever it is, and then saying that I stole money.
Okay, that's really important.
That's a lie.
Well, I'm not saying it's true or not, but they must have had something for the judge to act. So hold on, and we'll come back to you. I'm Tom Martino. Joe wants to talk about an oil change. John wants to talk about a solar issue. All of that right after this. Waterpros.net, the best water systems, the lowest prices anywhere. Get your drinking water, reverse osmosis, just $1,200. 303-862-5554. Never buy bottled water again, waterpros.net.
All right.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything! The Capital One Saver card is at table 27 and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu!
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
You know, I've been dealing with Genesis Total Exteriors.com and everything they do and referring people to them for many, many years. And one of the things, of course, he does, since he specializes in, well, he doesn't specialize, but he has an emphasis on siding, windows, doors, roofing, soffits, fascia, all the outside, hence the name Genesis Total Exteriors. So, Mark, what does that mean now with the recent damages? Have you been noticing a lot of calls on hail?
You bet. I tell you what, Tom, that right over there in the Johnstown area and then that surrounding area there, they got hit with lemon-sized lemon-sized hail. And I tell you what, it's done a lot of damage, and there's a lot more damage than just the roof. Yes, the roof is actually the most important because you got to make sure you're not having any leaks, but windows are damaged, siding is damaged, and gutters are damaged. All these things are all things that Genesis takes care of.
Yeah, and that's what I wanted to mention.
I'm sorry, guys. Did he say lemon size?
Yes.
Oh, my
lemon
God.
Size.
Yeah. So I want to ask you something. The benefit of dealing with Genesis. You are a roofer, but more. Explain that.
Well, so we do everything. Let's say you have the roof done, and then you have some screens that are damaged. Just the screens. we're going to take care of those screens for you too. I don't make any money on replacing the screens, but we're Genesis Total Exteriors. We're going to do everything for you. Your windows, your siding, your roofing, your gutters. These are all things that get damaged by hail, and we do all those things. Consequently, it's one invoice. I deal with the insurance company. I take all that hassle off the homeowner of them looking for different contractors to do different things. We do it all in-house, and we can take care of everything.
And don't hesitate, and please don't ever sign anything at the door, please. GenesisTotalExteriors.com. God, I've known him for so long. I will send anyone to him with confidence that you'll be treated right with great value. 303-679-8509. 303-679-8509. American Financing and I have teamed up to make what's called a smart equity loan, smart equity. What it means is this: you only take part of the equity you need to get out of high interest debt. That's what makes it smart. You don't have to tie up your whole house. Then that part that you've retired in high interest debt will save you hundreds of dollars a month. And then what you can do is have some breathing room. You can pay off the principal faster if you want, or leave it the way it is. Your credit immediately improves. But here's the important part. You are no longer wasting money on interest. Interest paid out has no benefit at all to you ever. So call American Financing. Tell them I told you to call, and tell them you want the smart equity loan. Some of those loans you can qualify for with just a bank statement. AmericanFinancing.net. They're on the forefront of helping people get out of debt, and that's why I've partnered with them. 303-695-7000. 303-695-7000.
And thank you. 334 NMLSConsumerAccess.org.
Hey, it's. Mm-hmm. I mean, it's not horrible. Like for the guest room.
Well, it's in good condition, though. If you didn't have stuff, it's usable.
So what happened was there was a couple in their late 70s that bought it from the guy that bought it in 2011 that just had the shop on it. So the shop was built in 11. And the old couple bought it and built a house and put some of the yard in and did all that stuff. Then the husband died like 6 months ago, and it was just too much for the wife. So,
isn't that big a house, like really big for just one kid?
No.
No.
Well, it's like kind of slim pickings out there, man. I mean, I think he lucked out with this. I like this a lot better than the other ones, and I think for the price he got it'll be an easy sell. Because someone can live there and work on cars in that garage.
Here you go,
It's
Craig.
got a full-blown shop.
Hey, Tom.
Yes.
I apologize.
I sold my house.
Hold on, Doc. I can't hear you over, Doc.
Too big for one person.
You apologize for what?
So I didn't put up the entire live spot
That's all right, Kelly.
for you for the 10:15 spot.
Who cares? It's fine.
No. My computer decided to be an asshole.
Okay.
Reboot.
We still don't care.
Okay.
You always do good, Kelly. It's fine.
I'm just apologizing that
Okay. And we're apologizing for you having to feel the need to apologize.
No need to insert yourself into things that were going well.
Exactly.
Actually, Kelly, you're doing a fine job, really.
Yeah. Big bang up job.
Oh, good.
Awesome.
So if you want to plan
Everybody
that,
loves
and
it.
I didn't know if maybe I
Yeah,
should.
I think we plan it regardless. Let's not. I don't want to talk about it right.
It's quick, it's bold, and it's unfiltered. So download the 47 Morning Update now wherever you get your podcasts.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. By the way, speaking of things for your house, Fix It 24/7 is doing that extreme clean, check, and tune. And believe me, you're going to need it. You already need it, right? Your air conditioners work hard. They did it for me. Spent about 2 hours disassembling that AC. It looked like, my God, a complete rebuilding of the system, and it works better and will last longer. FixMyHome.com, book now. FixMyHome.com, book now. Now, let's go back to RZ, because I think, Mark, what he did was what we call bury the lead. Meaning that the main issue here, he was removed as personal representative from
by a judge
from his mom's estate and his oldest sister's estate, based on alleged improprieties.
That's one way to say it.
That's right. Alleged. He was accused of stealing.
There must have been money missing, and then depending on what he spent the money on, apparently a judge thought it was not good to spend the money on that.
Look, why don't you go ahead, RZ, and fill in the details for us?
Okay, first of all, I haven't spent any money. I haven't touched any of the money except for money that I took that my sister was spending. I put it in a cashier's check at the bank that I had opened up everything in my sister's name.
Okay, hold on. RZ,
okay.
You did this while she was still alive?
Why, who? Cosetta?
While you're
no,
okay.
Passed away.
So you made a cashier's check, you said, on money she's spending. Well, what the heck does that mean when she passed away? Here's what I need to know. How much money came out of the estate after they both passed away? I don't need to know what it was for and if it was right or wrong. How much total came out of the estates?
We don't know. That's what I'm saying.
What do you mean we don't know? You were in charge. How much money was withdrawn from their accounts?
I don't know that. They have put me out of
RZ, before they kicked you out, hold on. Before they kicked you out, these two people died. You were appointed the personal representative. At some point, how long were you personal representative? A day or a week, a year? How long?
5 months. Maybe a good five or 6 months.
Okay. During that 5 or 6 months, how much came out of the estates? You can't say I don't know because you were in charge for that 5 or 6 months. How much came out of the estates?
Mr. Martino, the attorneys that I had chose to make Forrest, my sister, my younger sister, a co-personal representative.
A co-personal. Okay, gotcha. So you don't know what she was doing. You only know what you were doing. So you don't know how much was taken out. What proof did they offer in court that you were stealing money?
Nobody's gone to court.
Okay. So they just made the accusation and the judge appointed your sister instead of you.
I was appointed the personal representative. They added her as a co-personal representative.
So what's wrong with that? Tell me how this is affecting you.
I'm not a part of any of it anymore.
So why do you care?
Why do I care?
Right. Why do you care?
I want my mother's estate and my sister's estate back, and to do what I was supposed to do with it instead of it being stolen.
All right, RZ, I'm letting you control this conversation. You want it back to do what was supposed to be done. What was supposed to be done?
I was going to split the money.
Split the money? You were going to split the money 4 ways?
Yes.
Okay. And instead of splitting the money, what did your sister do with the money? What is going on with the money now?
They've taken it all.
What do you mean they have taken it all? Who is they?
Her attorneys and her, and they've taken every bit of it.
How much was it? How much?
I don't know all of that either. I know this sounds crazy.
Well, RZ, how do you know? Here, listen to what you're saying. My sister was made personal representative. She and her attorneys, in cahoots with the judge, took everything. So, how much is everything? And if you don't know, then how do you know they even took it? How do you know it's not still there?
Because I'm not able to reach any of it.
That doesn't mean it's not there. RZ, you made an accusation that every dime has been taken, yet you don't
Yes,
know.
it has.
What's that?
It has. Every dime.
Oh, how do you know?
I don't have access to it.
That's what I'm asking. If you don't have access, how do you know it was taken?
Because we don't have access.
Who are you talking to? RZ, who are you talking to? Who's right over your shoulder there? Who is it?
That was my wife.
Who?
My wife.
Okay, does she want to talk to us? Maybe I can speak with her. Seriously, I want to try to help you.
You want to speak to him?
What's RZ? What is your wife's name?
Mari. Mari.
Mari. Okay.
Uh-huh.
Let me talk to Mari.
Okay. I'm right here.
Hey, Mari, what do you think is going on? Just give me what your gut is telling you.
What my gut is telling me is that RZ's sister and her attorneys have helped her steal the money out of the estate of Cosetta Hammock West and his parents, Clifford and Thelma West.
How do you know that?
We haven't seen RZ's parents passed away. RZ was the oldest child, which the estate should have gone to him.
That is not necessarily true. It doesn't automatically go to the oldest. That's, you're quoting laws that don't exist. So what if you guys don't have access? How do you know the money has been taken?
Because we had an account where the money was held at one time.
Okay. And how much money are we talking about?
Well, at the time that we were looking in there, it was well over $150,000. It could have been up to $300,000 or even more than that.
Okay. What happened to the house?
Now, we had
any of them. What happened to the real estate in general? What happened to it?
We sold the houses.
Okay. So right now, Mari, is the bottom line this, and I don't mean this in a bad way, is RZ calling because he wants his share?
Sure. Well, yeah, we want our share.
Okay, hold on a second. Just hold on a second. It is befuddling to me how many people are accused of wrongdoing when they're brothers and sisters and friends when it comes to estates. It is nasty. Mark, how many times have we heard people being accused of stealing or being in cahoots with the judge? Really?
Well, the judge, being in cahoots with the judge is just silly. I mean, unless he's a relative and someone left that out, why would the judge be in cahoots with anybody?
No, but there's no reason.
Why?
Exactly. Here's what I want to do. I want to get Dan McKenzie on, not to try to solve this problem at this moment, but to do a general, what do they do to get a general accounting and to make the estate at least report to them? So get Dan McKenzie on to talk in general terms for us. I have to take this break. Now, we are working on this oil change problem with Joe. He's going to be next, along with John, who has a follow-up from a year ago. We'll look into that. I'm Tom Martino. Jeff Vick is in the studio. He's with Kimmer Transmission, and we'll be talking cars today as well. I looked up some very interesting information on cars that last long and cars that don't. All of that coming up right after this.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Tom Martino now. Dan Kaplis today at 4, 630 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Red Pilled America.
Yeah, we're still in good shape here on the highways. You get some slow spots. 270 may be about the worst of it coming north off of I-70 up through Bosques. A little slow and go there. Seeing a little increase up north out of Thornton and Northglenn along I-25, as well as coming in and out of downtown. I-70 west from Quebec back to Brighton. It looks like I-70 eastbound out near Colfax, construction work there. If you are heading into the foothills, they're working on I-70 at the bottom of Floyd Hill. Right lane's blocked with some delays. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
If you want to destroy woke culture and you like good old-fashioned stories, then you'll love Red Pilled America, the common sense storytelling show that aligns with your values. Listen to Red Pilled America on the iHeartRadio app. That's Red Pilled America, a storytelling show.
Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies was set up to help people get ready for retirement. And most of the time, what that means is income in your retirement. And Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies are firm believers in fixed indexed annuities, where you put down a lump sum or you buy monthly a policy that pays off in income when you retire. Now, it's a guaranteed product, but remember, it's an annuity and it's not for everyone, but they also can help you in other areas of retirement, making sure you have the right insurances or that your estate plan is in place, or you want to pass on your business, either sell it or give it to a loved one. Whatever it is, RP Center can help with these issues. They're good people, family owned and operated. Ask them what they can do for you, and maybe they're a great fit. rpcenter.com, 970-663-3211.
Yo.
When are you guys going to be out of town again?
Mark's gone. He's supposed to be gone Monday the 7th.
Wait.
Afternoon, right?
So what are we going to do? Are we doing the best of that day?
You guys?
No, we got it. I'm
Full-
either remote or John's coming in.
No, John Fuller is definitely coming in with Brad O'Brien.
The
They worked out great last time.
Oh, good.
Yeah, that's Miles closing on the house.
Hey, Tommy.
Yeah.
Turn the studio
Pardon
cam
me,
on.
Mark. Oh, yeah, turn the studio cam on. We've been having people ask us.
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot to switch it over. Okay, I got it. It's on right now.
And then the next question, on the 8th, I've had Bestway Insulation lady, Deb Winger, and her son or husband scheduled for the 8th. Would it be okay to send them to your house that day if Mark's not here?
Yes.
Cool.
Yep.
For the weekend.
Yes.
For the weekend. Is Dimitri there with you?
Oh, he took today off. He had to take today off for some stuff.
I'm going to do a half-hour movie. I'm trying to think what we do is maybe me and you will be the characters, and we drive up to a crooked mechanic and literally beat the shit out of him.
Oh, so I get to be in it?
Jeff will be the crooked mechanic.
What does Bo think about us using his likeness? I love it.
It didn't matter. I asked him, and I even told him, and I marked it. He doesn't know this, but I literally marked it exactly where it is on YouTube, so I know where it was. I asked his permission. He said yes, and I made sure he understood I'm not giving him a nickel.
I love it.
Hey, Tom, did you ever figure out that Best Buy charge? I wanted to tell you.
Yes, I did. I did.
Oh, okay. Do you want to tell me or you want to email me?
No, it's fine. It's a laptop and an iPad.
And a
Okay, and then I assume the couple of small refunds have to do with the same thing.
Right. Well, actually, I don't know why the refunds, but you can just refund it to the same the technology account or whatever.
Okay, and the next question, just a nosy question. I saw you went to Blue Island Oyster Bar. Was it really good?
Oh, we love that place. We go there quite often.
It's in Lone Tree. Oh, I want to go so bad. Oh, my gosh. I have to wait till Mark's off the
Does
shop.
Mark not like live? He doesn't like shellfish?
No, I like shellfish. I don't like oysters.
Mark, they have lobster rolls.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my God, they could be so good. Oh, my gosh. I haven't been yet.
All right. You guys, you're all cool.
Hey, Tom,
I
did
try
you
to
see
be.
my comment?
Oh, on text?
On the caller screen?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll look right this
Dan
minute.
McKenzie,
Yeah,
he's
okay.
not free until after 11.
Oh, okay. So let's have them come back for that then.
Yeah,
Okay.
free up the line.
Then free up the line.
Yeah,
Got
cool.
it.
What do you think of that property, Jeff? Kind of cool?
Yeah, it looks like you landed on a pretty good bargain for the size of it, too.
I mean, he's got that big shop and all that shit. That's great.
That's why I think it'll be easy to sell because, you know, it's out in the country, man. You can run an auto shop, a transmission shop.
He could sub that out right now.
Yeah, he could. I mean, he's going to do... His
He
only
wants a
thing he
boat.
might do is get a little boat.
He's been fishing. He fishes on his lunch every day,
Every day.
and after work.
Nothing wrong with that.
So
No, it's
awesome.
good.
Turning in. Wait, he's turning into a corn husker.
Yeah,
He
it's
is.
it's going to be the Major Ranch.
I'm Tom Martino here. 303-713-TALK. 713-8255. Okay, so we're going to wait on Dan McKenzie for that estate issue. Let's talk about oil changes. We have Jeff Vick, Kimmer Transmission. Joe wants to talk about an issue with an oil change. What the heck's going on, Joe?
Hey, I just want to comment first on your opening monologue about electric vehicles.
Yeah.
All I have to say is man-made global warming is a scam. It's a farce. It's a joke, and I hope you guys don't do too much.
Joe, you know I wasn't
promulgate it.
discussing. I wasn't talking about EVs to stop climate change. I mean, people can come down on that issue wherever they want. I was talking about them. I just think they're a great alternative.
I have the same opinion as you do, and I own 2 Teslas, but I didn't buy the Teslas.
Right.
To be green, I bought them because they drive themselves and they're the fastest car made.
I
got Falcon doors.
I'm with you.
Yeah.
I'm with you. I have no problem with electric vehicles, none whatsoever. But they're not driving salvation from climate change.
And Joe, you know what? I come down kind of on your side too. Here's what I think. There are definitely meteorological changes taking place in the atmosphere and around the world in cycles that have been happening for millions of years. Here's what I find funny, that we believe when Joe Biden used to talk about his legislation for climate change, he's passed more legislation or got more things through for climate change than any president in history. What I'm getting at is what folly it is to believe that we are going to change climate cycles. I mean, that's what I think. I just think that I don't know where I come down on the issue on the causes and effects and all of that. I'm going to profess my ignorance. But one thing I do know is that we as individuals, as one country or another, cannot change the climate.
Yeah, one big volcano is equal to what? I forget. It's
years
of our
efforts.
Years and years of oil and smoke and everything. Or a huge fire like in Canada or Colorado, same thing.
Look, there is something going on. And Joe, in general, I believe we should all be good stewards of the environment. Obviously, we don't want to purposely damage our earth. But when I talked about EVs, it had nothing to do with, climate change or do it for this or do it for that or sustainable energy. I just like EVs and think they're a great alternative. And I like stuff like that. And I like solar systems for homes because it can save you money. So anyway, what's going on with your oil change?
I'm just curious what the current thought process is on whether or not an oil change is necessary after your first 1,000 miles in a new vehicle.
Jeff?
Oh, I definitely would, yeah. So, I mean, you've got all sorts of stuff that is, it's wearing in, so you're going to have particulate that's going to actually accumulate in there. You want to get it out.
When would you do it, Jeff, on a new car?
When
would you do it?
That 1,000-mile mark that he just mentioned is a good point. That's a good place to go. I mean, you could probably go up to 2,000 or maybe even 2,500. But yeah, an early oil change, I would consider it necessary. Yes.
All right, I appreciate that. I'll do it.
Now, what kind of car do you have, man? You can't get off that easy. What kind of car?
I don't want to say because I'm scared to death that the tranny's going to fail on me.
What is it?
It's a Nissan.
No, it's an F-150.
Oh, yeah, no, they're having problems with those 10 speeds out there right now.
You said that last week. There must be a ton of problems.
There's
with
a
them.
ton of problems.
What is the main deal?
They're just a lot of the engineering and a lot of what they put into it. The trash can that's in there, it's aluminum. Now the aftermarket's come out with a steel one to fix it.
Got it.
The converters have a captive clutch in there that does not work properly. We've gotten them bad right out of the box. The new solenoids that they've got in there, they actually work like a mechanical solenoid. They're not diverting oil. They actually push on the valves themselves. The keepers actually start to wear out. The solenoids are moving in and out of the valve bodies, causing all sorts of shift complaints.
Poor design.
Poor design, flat out.
Wow. So
they're trying to be. I think, in my opinion, they possibly over engineered it to be green compliant.
Okay. Well, years ago, the engineers were actually mechanics themselves, so they understood the car.
Yeah.
Now they're just engineers.
Well, and plus a lot of those regulations were rolled back, man. I mean, we're going to start seeing cars built better, hopefully.
Hopefully.
You know what? It's a really, really nice looking truck, though, isn't it, man? It's really nice looking. What color?
When they work nice.
Joe, what color did you get?
It's gray, beautiful dark gray, and a platinum. So it's got all the bells and whistles. It's a beauty. It drives like a dream.
Now, do you need a pickup, or did you just get it because you like the vehicle?
I do not need a pickup. I haven't driven anything but a pickup for 30 or 40 years.
Isn't that funny?
Rhinestone cowboy.
Isn't that funny? There are so many people like Joe. And I'm wondering how many people, if you had to make an admission right now, have a car for other reasons other than mission. Like the mission would be if you're a contractor, you need a pickup. But if you are not a contractor and you don't ever use a pickup, how many people are there that have cars they don't need? Like there are people that have SUVs they would never use or vehicles that are excellent for off-roading, but they never off-road. I'm just curious, how many people buy cars for just for what they...
I do.
Yeah, you for just because you like it, right? You don't look at the mission. Just like with the EV you have, you love the EV. You love all the bells and whistles and the self-driving and all of that. So, but I wonder how many, Jeff. I wonder how many people you get in there that have a vehicle because they need it, or is it just because?
I never tend to ask that question.
Yeah, I know. It's not a question that's often asked. Anyway, we have more coming up. I'm Tom Martino.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Red Pilled America.
Yeah, we're still in good shape here on the highways. You get some slow spots. 270 may be about the worst of it coming north off of I-70 up through Bosques. A little slow and go there. Seeing a little increase up north out of Thornton and Northglenn along I-25, as well as coming in and out of downtown. I-70 west from Quebec back to Brighton. It looks like I-70 eastbound out near Colfax, construction work there. If you are heading into the foothills, they're working on I-70 at the bottom of Floyd Hill. Right lane's blocked with some delays. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
If you want to destroy woke culture and you like good old-fashioned stories, then you'll love Red Pilled America, the common sense storytelling show that aligns with your values. Listen to Red Pilled America on the iHeartRadio app. That's Red Pilled America, a storytelling show.
Vestera Turnkey is a company that has a strategy where they handhold their clients and help them become landlords by buying the right property in the right market at the right time, managing that property, even down to taking the phone calls for the landlords, and selling the property. If you'd like to be part of this, what I call nanny program, I love it, where they are walking me through. I'm up to now 4 houses with them, and you can get as many as you want. They become your partner, not financially, just helping you out. Vestera Turnkey, mybiggestreturn.com. Find out more about becoming a landlord. Mybiggestreturn.com. John Fuller, Gosh, we know him so well that he fills in on the show when we're not here. John Fuller is someone you can call at any time right off the bat. In other words, if you have a personal injury, he's a personal injury attorney. You don't have to wait until you hire an attorney to talk to an attorney. He's one of the few that talk to you up front. You can go over the case, what it's worth, what you should do next, all of that. 303-597-4500. If you do hire him, he puts the personal and personal injury with his personal cell phone to you and always available for texts, emails, or calls. 303-597-4500.
Thank you.
So how's the pooch doing now that you've, after your $2,000 escapade trying to figure out?
Same.
That sucks.
If you run him, he probably has arthritis or something there. I don't know.
Cosequin, man.
We just
you know what?
started
That's
that.
funny. No, I haven't told you yet. So you know Kangarat or whatever on YouTube, the YouTube moron. He said he used Cosequin, which he said he found the cheapest at Costco, but it's at Sam's Club too. And he says after a couple of days, he noticed a huge
Isn't that
difference.
what we give him now?
No, this
Oh.
stuff's expensive. It's like so Sam's Club, 180 count of the chews or whatever is $40. You can get twice that at Costco for $60.
Oh, well, to go get some.
Yeah, and so it's on my list.
It's- It is Cosequin. It's Cosequin for dogs.
Yeah. It's right next to the stuff
Do
we
you
buy.
take that?
No, it's right next to the stuff we buy.
No, but do you take Cosequin? They must have it for humans.
Yeah.
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 I figured that'd be one of your supplements.
If I remember correctly, when you started...
Oh, I've seen this.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, when you started it, because my dog's been on it for a while, you gave him like 3 or 4 for the first day, and then...
That's what Kangarat said.
Yeah, and then, you get down to the point where it's just 1 a day.
Yeah.
And they say the dogs like the taste. It's a beef flavor. I don't know. I got labs. They just swallow everything, so I have...
Yeah.
They don't care what it is.
Yeah.
But the thing is, it's not just arthritis. He's got fluid around his joint. So I'm hoping it helps with that.
I don't know if he does anymore. I'm sure not dropping $1,500 to find out.
Stick a needle in there. Just drain it.
But yeah, no, I mean, because he would, after being in and out of the fields and in and out of rivers and whatnot, particularly his right front, he would limp on a lot. And I put him on that, and he's still, if he's running hard enough, you can tell.
Yeah,
at
but
the
it's
end
a
of the
lot
day.
better.
But yeah.
Okay, cool. Well, you're like the third person now. I was going to get some CBD stuff for him, but I'm trying this stuff first because I looked on Amazon. It's more expensive on Amazon, but holy shit, there's a ton of great reviews on it. So cool. Yeah, I only walk him now 2 miles a day. I used to run him 4 miles a day.
Mm-hmm. You might be able to get back to running him.
I hope so.
It did that much of a difference on my dog.
Okay, I really hope so because they
Hey,
love
Jeff,
going on their
isn't
hustles.
Rat Bastard too young to have problems?
Well, as hard as that dog plays and works, I think it just came on to him, yeah? He's what, 8 now?
Oh, wow.
And it's a lab?
Mm-hmm. He's a chocolate lab. He's, about 85 pounds.
Suze, don't you remember when he brought that little button in? Oh, my
Oh
God.
my God, he is so cute.
Oh.
So, and Steema too. She was precious. Mark, you spelled dis instead of did.
What's
on
that?
your poll.
He just spelled the way he talks.
Did you hear Tom?
No.
Hey, is
What'd
anybody,
he say?
this is totally off the track, is anybody being prosecuted if you're driving down the street slowly and protesters are in your way and you push them out of the way with your car?
If you hit
I'm
him
not gonna
below
run
the
over a
waist, it's
person.
okay.
I think
No, I
it depends
mean
what city
statewide.
you're in, to be quite
I
honest.
think Florida actually passed it so that you can
Yep.
you could
Here
hit
you
him.
go.
Yeah, I think.
For the latest, open the free iHeartRadio app and see what's trending now.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. Hey, welcome to the show. I have a fun index that I want to go over when we have time. on the most American-made cars. Even though some cars are assembled here, if you take all of their components and stuff and add them all up, there's a score this one website did on the most and the least most American-made cars. Anyway, let's go back to the phones here. John, you have a follow-up from a year ago. Now, what did we do a year ago with this problem? Let's just start there. What did we do? Because I can't find it anywhere.
Well, I had called you to let you know about Palmetto Solar.
And what was the problem at the time? What was the problem at the time?
What they had told me is that they had to remove the oak tree on the south lawn before it would have enough sun.
You know what? That kind of rings a bell with me. So are you still calling about that same issue, or what are you calling about?
I just wanted to call you and give you an update.
Yeah.
How they said that they were going to remove the tree with no cost to me. And I had an agreement with a guy named Scott Anderson who set up the whole thing, that there would be no talk of any financing until the system was turned on and tested. So they come out to turn it on and test it, and I had asked them, I said, well, you said you're going to remove the tree first, so let's get that done. And then they pretended like, they never said they were going to, that they never said they needed to remove the tree, and I was confused, and I said, well, first of all, you said you had to remove it, and you were going to test the system before we talked about.
Yeah, bro, John, without having that in writing, none of it's going to matter because they're just going to deny it.
Exactly. But what I'm getting at is the person that set up the whole thing, Scott Anderson, said it would be tested to prove that it would produce enough electricity to cover my electric bill before they even talked about finance.
I want to talk. Hold on a sec.
Okay.
I know why you're calling. I know why you're calling, even though it's been a year, because you had the system without any payment whatsoever, and now that they want to be paid, now you're bringing up problems. What I want to know is why weren't you working on these problems for the past year?
I have. I hired a lawyer. They paid the lawyer off. She went away.
Wait a minute. John, you can't make statements like that and keep going. You said you hired a lawyer and they paid her off. Now, that's a pretty serious accusation. And that alone, hold on, John, that alone right there will win you your case. So what proof do you have that this attorney took a payoff?
Because she gave me my $2,000 retainer back and said that you either take their deal or leave.
Okay, why do you believe?
And I can't leave because it's already on my house.
Do you have proof? Every once in a while, John, I want you to listen to me. Do you have proof of a payoff from them to her?
No, just the fact that she paid me back the retainer.
Is it possible?
So willingly,
I want to ask you a question. Is it possible?
It just kind of put two and two together, you know?
Is it possible?
Go ahead.
Is it possible that this attorney really thought what they were offering was the best deal? And I think she sounds like an exceptional attorney. You see, some attorneys lie to their clients and make them spend a lot of money over a non-issue. Now, what I'd like to do is look at the issue. You had a Palmetto install the solar system. And when did you notice you had a problem with the system? Was it ever activated?
I found out when I started getting calls from Goodleap financing company saying that I owed them $46,000.
See, John, I'm not talking to John.
The lawyer had said.
Okay, let's put John on hold. Unless John can answer my questions and stay on topic, I'm not going to help him. Okay, there's nothing we can do. I know why he's calling. He's calling because he owes money. That's why he's calling. But I want to talk about the system, and if you let me, I can help you. if you answer questions. More coming up on the Troubleshooter Show. So you just got to tell him all that. He's got to answer my questions, and we got to talk basics, or it's bullshit.
Roger.
I'm all alone, so what am I going to order?
Give him this every morning.
A hooker?
Okay. So what, under the desk while I'm doing the show? I mean, what do you propose?
That's how all the greats did it.
I am not the person
It's also a
to
joint
talk
supplement.
to, sir.
There's also a glucosamine thing.
How do you think Dan Rather lasted so long on the air?
This is just a chew. You just put it in with their kibble or whatever you give them in the morning.
I mean, we've been giving him this other hip and joint stuff. I don't think I've noticed a huge difference with it. I mean, I'll finish out what we bought, but I don't think I've noticed a huge difference.
Do you know what I want to know? I want to know how my kids, with their
Stuff is
credit card,
what's in the Sam's Club.
I want to know how
Yeah.
I get more fraud alerts on my kids' credit cards than all the fraud alerts I've had in my life.
That's conjoined.
Are they using
it
them
is?
at pretty
Okay.
hinky places?
For human.
I have no idea. It's just I'm always getting fraud alerts on them.
Start taking the dog version.
Anyway, I'm taking a walk.
Right.
But do you want
I
unflavored
need
or
coffee.
beef flavored?
She's going to catch you while going across the living room, scooting your butt.
I already had a high school friend send that to me yesterday.
Sam's Club hip and joint. I just want to see. I'm going to be bummed if this is the same stuff in it. But
That's what I thought, though, to
There's
be
no way
honest.
those prices were that high. Period.
I'm going
All
to
I
the
said
app
was,
because I'm already
menu
signed in.
is accurate.
But it is pretty cheap, so I doubt it is. I mean, it's this stuff we're buying is $15 for.
No, it's more. It's like $25.
Oh, I thought it was 15. Hip and joint.
What?
I gotta go find someone that can print. Oh, I know I can send it to. Who do we have for who's a good HOA attorney?
Well, starts with an A. HOA attorney. I know the guy. Denver. It starts with an A. I got to go to my contacts and look. Oops. Maybe it's in help. It's like right at the tip of my tongue and I can't think of their name. Hang on, I'm going to get it for you. Altitude Law. Altitude Law is who we know, or used to know. Altitude Law. Altitude Law. Tommy, did you see that picture? Oh, it's so cute.
All right, take it easy.
Yeah, they're HOA. Altitude Community Law. Did you get me on that?
Do they do both sides, though? Do they work?
They do, but they represent most HOAs. So if they represent your HOA, they're huge for that stuff.
What's the guy's name?
Let me look at the firm. Our team. David Furman is who I would ask for. FIR.
FIR.
MIN.
Altitude.
Altitude Law. I can give you the phone number for him if you want.
Like a cell phone or what?
It's his direct line. What is it? 303-991-2028. Here's the stuff. I'm going to compare. It looks like it is glucosamine, but maybe it's a higher concentrate in the
Glucosamine is great stuff, man.
I've been giving it to my dog for about a year or two now.
Yeah.
Our dog's only been on it.
Okay, chondroitin.
Our old dogs, Dobie was, Bella was on it forever.
Dogs. Shopping. Where? Oh, here it is.
I feel like a waffle.
Oh.
You don't look like one.
Go to the Waffle House.
Go for it, Tommy.
Yeah.
I love the Waffle House. She can't stand it, but man, you want some greasy
I gotta
spoon.
be starving to really.
Especially if you go at 3 in the morning.
That's when I go, when all the crackheads are there.
Yeah. All it really is a Denny's where you can watch a fight.
Are they open 24/7?
Are Denny's still around?
Are they open 24?
A few.
Yeah. I don't know if Denny's is still around or not. I know Village Inn is.
Aren't
Denny's
there?
is nasty.
And I think Village Inn is actually owned by the same company as Waffle House.
I wouldn't go. Denny's would be my last choice out of those three.
What about IHOP? Where are they on the scale?
They'd be in the front, probably.
Did you see Gunther Tootie's opened in Parker?
It surprises me. I mean, they lost the one over here off I-25 in Arapahoe.
Yeah.
But I knew that was coming when they took the bar out.
Really?
But do they have a bar inside the new one?
We haven't been in yet, so I don't know.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hello, Tom Martino here. Today is Car Day on the Troubleshooter Show. In our 45th year solving problems, answering questions, and taking complaints. And it's Car Day. So on Friday, we concentrate on car calls, but we'll take any call, any and all calls, and any problem, question, complaint. So Cars.com did a survey, not a survey, a research project, where they went to each and every make and model of each and every car. And they looked at every component, and they looked at where the cars are assembled, and came up with a score on what's most American made. And obviously, it's Tesla. But not all models. The Tesla Y is the number one 100%, well, not 100%, but most American made car. It's the Model Y Tesla. Honda Passport is second. So they even break it down into models. Hey, let's talk now. John, you have a solar system problem, but I need to get some basics. How long ago did you have the system installed?
Little over a year ago.
Okay, and at the time, how much did you pay?
That was what I was calling you about. The agreement I had with Scott Anderson was that
I want to know. I don't want to know the agreement with Scott Anderson because that won't hold up. I need the agreement you had in writing. What agreement did you have in writing?
That's the only agreement I had in writing, that he was going to design the system and test it, and then we would talk about the finances.
Talk about by talking about the finances, are you telling me you had no idea what this system was going to cost you?
That's exactly right. That's what he told me.
So what if it turned out to be $500,000? What would you have done?
$500,000?
John, you just told me you had no idea. John, you just told me you had no idea how much this system was going to cost you. You had no idea. You made a contract that was blank.
Well, he gave me a ballpark.
Okay, good. Did the contract have a price on it?
He said if I agreed to the installation and the test, that we would talk about the contract in the range of $46,000.
And that's what the contract says. We're going to do a test first and then talk about the system.
Yeah, I told them.
Okay, I need to see a copy of the contract. Do you have a? Listen, I think we can help you a lot. Do you have a copy of the contract?
I've never got a copy of the
Okay.
No, I've never got.
So you don't have a copy of the contract.
Installation agreement.
You don't have a copy of the contract, but you're telling me the contract says that
we never got there.
You're telling me that the contract says before they do anything, they're going to build a complete system and test it.
Correct, because I was wanting to make sure that it produced enough electricity.
I get it. So your contract said
of the electric bill.
Your contract says that first they're going to build a system and let you test it and will not hold you responsible until after that.
Yeah, that's what I signed in front of Scott Anderson.
Well, Mark, don't you think that's a slam dunk victory?
I don't believe it.
What don't you believe? He just said.
I don't think anybody's going to, if I'm understanding this right, they're going to build the whole system and make sure it does what, and then if the guy doesn't like it, he's not going to have to pay for it. I guess I'm a little lost.
Did they? What? Yeah, John. If the test didn't work, John, if the test didn't work, then what? What did the contract say they would do?
Well, we never got to that point. But
now, John,
what had happened?
What did you? May I ask something? Are you? I want to ask a question. Are you working right now? Do you have a career, or are you retired?
I am a truck driver.
Okay.
I actually deliver auto parts.
I'd like to see the contract. Why don't you send us over that contract?
He doesn't have the contract.
Oh,
he has no contract. Okay. So here's what John is telling us.
When I filed the police report, the Aurora Police Department
wait.
got
Police report for what?
The lawyer got a copy of it.
Why
for the fraud that they committed, because they went and.
John,
I can explain it.
What? Okay, tell us about the police report. Go ahead.
Okay, because they took the agreement that I had with Scott and wrote up a different agreement they called an installation agreement, and they grafted my signature onto that, saying that that's what I signed, which was not what I signed.
Okay. So you're going to tell me even if we get a copy of the contract, it's going to be fraudulent?
Yeah, and it's been filed with the Aurora Police Department and the Colorado State Attorney General's office.
Okay. John,
and that's
I'm going to give you some news. I want to give you some news that you're not going to like, but I'm going to tell you, you're going to lose this case.
I've never even had the case go to court yet.
It will, and you're going to lose.
Because they won't take me to court because they won't even test the system that they agreed to test before we talk about the finances.
John,
they went behind my back.
No one wrote a. Now I believe there could have been a salesperson that lied to you. There could be, to get a commission. They lied to you and said, hey, John, don't worry about it. We don't have to worry about
There's no proof of any of this.
We don't have to worry about any of this until it's up and running and we test it. Mark, I believe there could have been a salesperson who lied to him and tried to get him to sign something.
But what does that have to do with anything if there's no proof when you're in court?
Right, nothing. What I'm saying to John is, if he has a system on, does the system operate right now, John?
No, they've never turned it on.
Okay. So he has a
John?
system where there was a basic. Just
Brooke
wait a second.
over-
He has a system. It was never activated. He claims they did not hold up their end of the bargain and their promises. He has no proof of those promises in writing. And he said any proof that they offer will be fraudulent because they forged his signature. Go ahead. That's it in a nutshell.
Tom,
hold on. Here's a
Doesn't
real.
his attorney have a copy of it? Can he get it from his attorney?
It's not a question of getting it, Doc, because it doesn't matter. If we get a copy of the contract, he's simply going to say they forged his name. He is a moving target.
Well, listen, here's something that might actually work. Brooke has told us numerous times that most of these finance companies do not get, or most of the people getting paid by the finance companies, the solar companies, if they can't get it on and turned on onto the grid, generally she can get the loan canceled and they'll go back after the installer. Let's ask her about that, because that's the only real out I see for this guy.
Mark, here's the thing. He's got all these things that were promised to him. And John, you really do know.
Don't forget, they had said that they had to remove the oak tree on the south lawn before it would actually get enough sun to work. That's their words.
And how are you going to are you going to prove those words, John? How are you going to prove them?
Well, you subpoena, you get them in court, and you have them testify to what they had told you about the system.
And they're going to admit
before they could turn it on.
They're going to admit it. They're going to admit everything
under
that you
oath, they would have to.
Oh, really? Okay.
Well, they would have to under oath.
Really? So they could never lie? That's impossible?
And they ain't going to lie in front of me after they already promised me this in front of my face.
John, have you seen an attorney
and
about
every
this?
Recording that
you did
of
see an attorney, John, didn't you? And when you saw an attorney, I'll just keep talking as well as you're talking because you're not listening. Your attorney said to take the deal. What deal were they offering?
Oh, like $400 less than the $46,000.
Okay. So your attorney looked at this and must have thought they had a solid contract. What would
apparently because she
what would make you happy right now?
$2,000 retainer.
What would make you happy right now?
I would be happy if they tested the system and proved it worked.
And if it does, then what?
It would actually cover the electricity.
Let's say it does, then what?
Cover the electricity of my electric bill.
Let's say they test it and it works.
Then we would negotiate the deal like Scott Anderson promised.
Let's say Scott Anderson is gone, so forget about that. Let's say they test the system and it's producing electricity. Then what?
We see how much electricity, if it covers or more than covers the bill, then I got a deal, right? If it doesn't cover
hold on.
10% of the deal, like the referrals you hear online.
John, you're making up. Okay, just forget it. I don't think we can't help John. Honest to God, I'm not going to take this kid. We can't help him. He makes up terms and conditions as he goes along. He says, I heard online 10% of the deal. I mean, he's making up terms and conditions as he goes. And he talks about Scott Anderson as if it's biblical truth. He's not going to win this case. It's a losing battle, and we're wasting our time. We are absolutely wasting our time. We got more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Today, you can get an insurance checkup for complimentary. Now, Compass does insurance checkups to make sure you're not paying too much for insurance, that you're not undercovered, or that you're not overcovered. TheInsuranceHelpCenter.com, 303-996-9000. We're done with John. It's a no-brainer. We're not going to do it.
Ruger Demo Days are coming to Triple J.
I'm not
Armory
wasting my
Littleton
time
off
anymore with
C470
people like that.
Broadway, June 20th through 22nd. Come get hands-on with Ruger's hottest firearms on the range. That's right, real guns, real demos, real freedom. Check out the brand new Ruger RXM pistol, plus a full lineup of rifles, handguns, and classic lever actions. And save big during the sale. Mark your calendar and follow us on Facebook and Instagram for full event details. Triple J Armory Littleton, where Ruger meets the range and freedom goes to shoot.
If you are looking to become a landlord or ever thought about it, but you don't, want to take care of each and every nitty-gritty detail, but you like the return on investment, then call Vestera Turnkey. Barry Miller, who invented, by the way, the buyer-broker arrangement in the United States, he started Vestera Turnkey to help people become landlords. He has a company set up that helps you identify properties in hot markets, acquire those properties in your name, and then you become a landlord, and he has management companies to take care of it. He has insurance brokers and real estate brokers and property managers and everyone you need to make your journey a smooth one. And he holds your hand during the entire process with a client representative. So if you want to be a landlord without the conventional risks and hassles, mybigestreturn.com. Zero Res Denver will get you clean carpets without harmful soaps, chemicals, and emulsifiers. ZeroResDenver.com. What they use is highly softened, purified water with a little alkaline base, which is the strongest and best cleaning agent in all of nature. But your house has no residue, no smell, no odors, no evaporation that's harmful. The indoor air quality of your house is better. The health environment of your house is better. But here's the most important thing. No one can clean carpets any better. It is a wonderful carpet cleaning system. Not only do your carpets look clean, they feel clean, they will dry faster and stay clean longer. Call ZeroResDenver.com. 303-471-5150.
Thank you.
It's so funny.
There was so many restaurants went out of business.
Oh, yeah. And then the restaurant.
If you weren't a drive-through, man, you were fucked.
Well, and the restaurant that he was working at was really screwing over the employees, and they were doing some sort of wage share thing where we could only afford so many people. So the people we've laid off, we're actually going to be supplementing them with your tips. It's just like, no, wait a minute.
It's a tough business, even under the best of circumstances.
Oh yeah, you're working on a very, very small margins.
Yep.
Hey, Tommy.
Yeah.
Have you seen the Georgia and Ginny series? There's 3 seasons now.
I saw it back when it started and was watching it with Dolce as a dad-daughter thing, but I didn't keep up with it. Do you like it?
It went Libby.
A little bit.
Oh.
I was looking at it. So the entire cast.
Yeah, we were talking about that.
There's not one normal white guy. I guess you could argue maybe the mayor.
There's not one normal white chick either.
Yeah, there's not one normal white person. I guess when I say normal, that's not fair to say. Straight, cis, whatever the fuck you call it.
Yeah.
They're either gay or they're lesbian or a minority. It's funny, you look at it, and it just dawned on me the other day, there's not like a white, straight male in the show, which is fucking nuts.
Or a white, straight gal,
or
except for the
white,
moms.
straight woman.
Except for the mom.
Yeah. Well, yeah, with the kids,
none of the
nobody.
kids. Those are the main characters.
And I've never seen so many gay people. In high school, I didn't know any gay people. Did you?
Mark, that I'm telling you, this is the way it is with every series. Every single series will have a transsexual, a homosexual, a straight person, and whatever else they want to throw in. It's a formula. It's an absolute formula.
Sounds like the porn I
Every single family will have someone gay. Everyone.
It's crazy.
I mean, they're going to argue that they've been unrepresented for years and they want to reflect society and blah, 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 So.
And yeah, but all that DEI stuff is dying so fast.
Mark, don't you think that they were kind of glamorizing the self-injuring and in a way kind of glamorizing
that's the other thing.
Suicidal.
They all have suicidal kids in every one of these shows now. Or ones that burn themselves or bulimia or any of that shit.
People are a lot healthier before they start worrying about being unhealthy.
Yeah.
Well, it's
All we did was drink
cool to be normal
and
anymore.
punch a hole in the wall. That's how we got through everything.
And then what's really weird too, man, if you really look at all these
Occasionally women would get in the way of the
demonstrations around, how come the people always getting handcuffed, the people always getting arrested, they've got like purple hair, they're just outright insane, like yelling and screaming and throwing a tantrum, like the craziest shit you've ever seen.
Either that,
none of them are normal people.
Or you've got to be a nobody senator from California.
Oh, that's true. Yeah. Yeah, but that's all playing to the cameras.
Oh, yeah. Well, and he went in there with the intention of causing that scene. With the intention of being yanked out of there.
Hey, Kelly. Hey, Kel.
Yes, I did, John Libby. It went
I'm
Libby.
texting you a call to make. I'm
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-8255. Let's continue here. And I want to say this. I want to help people. Now, one guy said, Tom, you didn't help that guy at all. Well, I did help the people listening. I helped the people listening know not to be such a stupid person. I mean, that guy is so ignorant, he doesn't even know how ignorant he is. See, those are the worst kind of people that think they have facts and figures and he's going to go win. This guy had nothing in writing, nothing. And the stuff that was in writing, he's going to insist his signature was forged. And he will decide to pay for the system based on how much electricity it generates. Then he'll talk about it. He truly believes that that company needs to kowtow to all of his terms and conditions.
And they don't even care because they got paid by the finance company. They really don't give a crap.
And then here's the other
thing.
He says his attorney was paid off. Anyone who doesn't agree with him, it's a shame. It's truly a shame that he's a hardworking truck driver, and this man is going to go through life getting flim-flammed his whole life.
He really should, though, reach out, and I hope he's still listening. You need to reach out to the finance company and tell them they never turned it on. They never finished the job. If that part's true, you might have something there.
Yeah. But, every day, I mean, come on, 45 years and 50 years elsewhere, if you count up my career, I have to call it like it is. Sometimes there are people that are just stupid. Is that bad to say? They're just stupid.
No.
And okay, so now let's talk to Richard about his Excel smart meters, not stupid meters, but smart meters. Richard, what's going on?
Okay, so I've got solar. I have a house and a garage, separate meters.
Do you like solar?
Solar. I don't mind it.
Okay.
That was a hell of a...
So,
yeah. Could you elaborate on that question, though? What does that mean?
Well, I got it because I seen the power bill keep going up and up, and I figured at least with solar, I'd have one even payment.
Okay.
So
continue your story. So you have solar, you have a meter on your garage and your house. Keep going.
Yep. So the way it was set up is the solar would credit the garage first and then aggregate down to the house.
Okay.
Been perfect. Last 3 years, I've always produced way more power than I needed for both buildings. So my bill's been about $22 on each building.
Wow. That's pretty good.
So, and that's just all the connection fees, stuff like that.
Yeah.
Well,
how long have you had the system? How long have you had the system?
June will be, I think, 4 years.
Okay, got it.
So when they put the smart meters on, the first month or the first bill I got, the garage was $212 and the house was $250.
What? You mean nothing else changed? Yeah. Your bill went from $22 a month to over $200.
Yes, sir.
Nothing else changed.
No, sir.
What the hell is going on?
And so I called them, and I was like, hey, since the smart meter's been on, what's going on? Why is my bill so high? And they gave me, well, I don't know. I don't think your solar's producing. I'm like, well, according to my app, it is.
Well, did you also tell them that your history has been $22 a month?
Yeah, I told them, I was like, hey, look back at my previous bills for the last 3 years. You'll see that it's, I have solar. That's why my bills are so low. And then this last bill I got, because they said, okay, we'll look into it, get back to you. Of course, they never did. So I got another
Now, by
bill.
the way, was the smart meter something you selected that you wanted to do, or did they tell you you had to do it?
I got an email said, we're coming out to install smart meters on your property. And that was pretty much it.
Well, there's got to be an explanation. There's no way your usage goes.
Well, here's the deal, and I think Brooke can probably talk to this better, but the bottom line is, because of that smart meter, what I'm guessing is it's not registering the overflow of electricity that they're buying from him or that's going back to the grid. I bet you that's it. I just have no idea how that's rectified.
We got to get Brooke on. Let's try to get her on. I mean, we do. Okay. So anyway, what? Tell me the latest. What is the latest you're hearing, and what's going on with it?
Well, my second bill was $550 for the shop.
What? What do you do in that shop?
Work on a car on the weekend occasionally.
And your bill's $500?
50.
Oh.
550.
Yeah.
Oh my God! I thought he said 50.
No, sir. So
no, there's definitely a problem here.
Mark, it went from $22 to $550.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. When was the smart meter installed? Did all this come about after?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay. Let's get her on. She'll know the answer.
All right. Let's just hold on a second. We got to figure out this guy's getting screwed. I mean, there's no way.
Don't we have an angel, Suzanne, at Excel?
We absolutely do, so I can send it over to her.
Yeah, let's get info of what they need to look at, then we can get this handled and get you that credit, bro.
Yeah, there's got to. Well, Richard, what's the latest that Excel tells you, though? What's the latest?
I talked to him 2 weeks ago, and I said, I looked on your website and seen these meters are optional. I want them off my building.
Okay, good. What did they say?
They said they'll schedule something and get back to me for the house.
Mm-hmm.
And they said the garage, even though it's personal, since it's an outbuilding, is considered commercial. And everybody in the commercial side is out until July.
Are you kidding? What, are you kidding me? Come on.
I asked them for their business plan so
like
that I could figure out how to do it.
It's like a joke, man.
Yes, sir.
Okay, hold on. We're going to try to get you some help. Let's mark this pending, get Brooke on, and then let's get somebody over at Excel to look into this problem. All right? Hold on, Richard. We got more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show, 303-713-8255. Don't forget Genesis Total Exteriors. If you have storm damage, they do everything from the roof to the siding, gutters, painting, decks, and more. GenesisTotalExteriors.com.
Yep.
KHOW Denver, 630 KHOW, an iHeart radio station. Download the free iHeart Radio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by the 47 Morning Update.
Now we've got one crash as you're coming north on I-25 and trying to exit to 6th Avenue. It's coned off. We got courtesy in there with a crash. You can go around the cones, but it is awfully slow. In fact, right now coming up at the tech center is kind of busy all the way up to that point. Not solid jamming, but certainly sluggish. 270 is running a little heavy. I-70 west from Quebec back towards Colorado, and heading into the foothills with construction work at the bottom of Floyd Hill does have traffic backed up. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
If you voted for Donald Trump, then you've got to start your day with the 47 Morning Update with me, Ben Ferguson. All the headlines from Trump's Oval Office. It's quick, it's bold, and it's unfiltered. So download the 47 Morning Update now wherever you get your podcasts.
Discount Bath is a great company if you're looking to save money on baths. You don't normally hear companies advertising discounts for baths, but Discount Bath takes it seriously. So seriously, they'll give you a quote without coming out to the house because they're solid and they know that other companies probably can't meet them, let alone beat them. So discountbath.com is the website. Go there and look around. They do beautiful baths of all trim levels, fix and flips, rentals, dream homes. Then take a smartphone and then video what you want. Hey, I want to open this up. I want to do this. I want to twin vanity here. I want to walk-in shower here. Whatever it is, send them the tape or send them the file, and they will give you a price on email. Discountbath.com. Discountbath.com.
Into your email, be easier to read. Adeline just sent something to the White House group. She just sent something to the White House group. Oh, shoot. And it's just small print. It sounds like there may be a professor giving her... Here, Mark. It's just going to be easier to read.
Okay. Oh, this is a damn PowerPoint. I don't want a PowerPoint. What the fudge, man?
Let's see what it says.
PowerPoints are fucking hogs.
Let's see. All right. What impressed me first about Adeline was her class participation.
Something tells me it's going to take...
Adeline is exactly the kind of student teachers want in their classrooms. Enthusiastic, energetic, and willing to give back to the class. Oh! She's a gifted writer, he says, or she says. Mark, read that. Oh, my God. Adeline is also a gifted writer. The final topic we discussed in class was the collapse of the Weimar Republic and the rise of Adolf Hitler. Her final paper was a masterpiece.
Wow.
Holy shit! The majority of college papers are factual narrative. Wait. Okay, this is her paper on the... Her conclusion was stunning.
I can't believe
Adeline can think and write out of her skull. It is because of this skill set that Adeline is a perfect candidate for law school. Oh, this must have been one of her recommendation letters for law school.
Aw, that's so nice.
Well, that was...
I don't know why she's sending it now. Maybe she never did.
I wrote one.
Yeah, you did. Adeline Mager is exactly who you're looking for. Intelligent, disciplined, and dedicated. Wow. I don't know why she's sending that now. Maybe I don't remember reading that one.
She's just going down memory lane.
Maybe she is.
That's kind of cool.
She's coming home tonight, Tom. We haven't seen her since she graduated.
And
Bryce is coming over too.
Is she bringing Mr. Perfect?
Yep.
Good.
Mr. Romeo.
Do we like Romeo?
We do. They're looking at apartments this weekend in near I guess in Lone Tree, Centennial, and because they'll be moving up here soon.
I'm meeting with somebody at 12:30, Tom, just so you know.
Who are you meeting with?
Dimitar.
Oh, I thought you were meeting him at 2.
Nah, I moved it.
Get him back.
Hell yeah.
Talib says, I like Addie's Kung Fu.
Kung Fu! Third degree black belt attorney.
We're not proud. Third degree black belt.
I don't think I've ever heard Mark talk about his daughter, actually.
Did I tell you she's the youngest?
Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show on Car Day. And by the way, some of the top selling vehicles happen to be the top depreciating vehicles as categories go in the first 5 years. For example, EVs, SUVs, hybrids, and trucks are the top 4 categories for depreciation. They're also the top 4 categories for sales. Isn't that weird? So people are buying and they're saying, wait, that's because people don't really understand depreciation. In fact, I doubt anyone checks figures for depreciation on models. I know I didn't. If I did, I would have found that in all of the cars, in all of the categories, mine, the specific series I bought for BMW, ranks number 2 in depreciation. The only thing worse is the Maserati.
Well, electrics.
Well, actually, Mark, on this particular, let me see here. I wonder why the two then. No, I depreciate more than you do. Way more. Yeah. Now, electrics and they are up there, but not what you think. For example, on a list of the top 20, Tesla's number 19, Tesla Model S. I'm number 2. Wow. What the hell?
Wait a minute. I'm doing just a quick little research here.
Yeah, what's my Hyundai, Tom?
And hold on. The number 1 is an electric car. That's that Jaguar.
Well, we're looking at a 5-year depreciation schedule marked from MSRP. And this poll done by...
Yeah, anyway. This says Jaguar I-Pace is number 1, followed by the BMW.
I have the Jaguar as 9, but anyway, okay, so I'm still number 2, though. Okay, I'm not proud of it, by the way. I'm not bragging, saying, "Oh yeah, cool."
Oh, that's nothing to brag about.
And not only, let me just go back to the phones. I'm getting myself pissed off. So what are we doing with? Oh, wait, we're already taking care of the smart meter, aren't we? So I don't want to take that back again. Let's talk to Christopher with a window company. Christopher, what's going on with you?
How you doing, Tom?
What's happening, man?
Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah.
So recently, I had several windows replaced in a house that I'm fixing up.
Okay, and what kind of windows did you get?
Just new. What would they be made out of?
Are they vinyl?
Yes, vinyl. Sorry.
What brand?
Yeah. I don't know the brand, but I got it through a company here in town. I priced it out for a few different people. I obviously went through Anderson and some of the more known companies, and this guy had some good prices. Seemed like a decent fella.
And who is it? Who is this decent company and fella?
All Windows and Doors Plus.
Okay. And how did you find him?
And he was referred to me by another contractor, actually.
Okay. So keep going with your story.
Yeah. So the house that I'm fixing up is actually 2 houses in one. It was a law office, and I'm turning it into a duplex. So he did half of the house, no real issues. Second side of the house, he had a few windows that he measured incorrectly. He had to come back, reinstall those. But the reason why I'm calling is in the back, I have a big bay window that overlooks the Pikes Peak and the Front Range. And rather than enlarging it, which I had asked him to do, he made it smaller. And now he has claimed that I owe him the money for it, that I signed the contract, and therefore I'm on the hook, even though I explicitly told him I wanted it to be larger. I didn't go back through the contract and look at every single measurement and line it up with the windows, so I feel like that is my fault. However, I do feel that, he agreed to make it bigger, and that would be on him. What are your thoughts?
Okay, Christopher, you have a contract, and I don't think any of us ever go through each and every item on the contract and measure it.
Right.
I mean, we don't look at a lot of specifications. Here's what most of us do. We talk to the guy or the woman, they make up a contract, and then we sign it, and we assume everything we talk. I know it's really weird, but that's what we do. I mean, technically, you probably did agree. When you go back and look at the contract, does it have the correct size? Not the correct, but does the size in the contract match what they put in?
Yes.
Okay. Now,
and I asked for a 60-inch with two 24-inch on either side, and he put in a 43-inch with two 24 inches on either side.
Now, when you did the original contract, and you said you wanted it bigger than what? Was there an existing window in there? Was there an existing window?
Yes.
Is it the same size as the previous window or smaller?
It's the exact same size.
Okay, got it. Do you have any kind of notes or stuff that he wrote to you or anything to indicate that you wanted it bigger?
Well, I was with my designer at the time, and when she was drawing up the plans for the building department, she actually put in a 60-inch window.
Who did that?
My designer.
Does your designer work for the contractor, all windows and doors?
No.
Will your designer testify that she heard the conversations between the two of you?
Yes, as would my contractor.
Now, Christopher, listen to what I'm asking. Will they testify that they heard directly, not you saying what it was, but you talking to the supplier, all windows and doors, and that you clearly made it that you wanted a bigger window in the back? Will they do that?
Absolutely.
Okay, so your contractor, your designer, and who's all windows and doors if they're not your contractor? Who are they? Just the supplier?
Supplier and installer.
Okay, so your contractor, they worked under your contractor.
So all windows and doors was a name that was given to me by somebody that works in the industry a while ago, and the contractor I'm working with now has no relationship with him.
Well, but
and
the
so
contractor,
I hired him directly.
The contractor you're working with did the whole project. Is that right?
So he's doing the entire project, and I would say that the windows are outside of his purview.
That's what you're. Hold on. That's what you're saying. But why didn't he notice? If he heard you say, "I want these windows bigger," I'm going to ask you straight up, Christopher. Was this guy there when they were putting the windows in?
Was the contractor there when they were putting the windows in? Yes, and he said this window seems smaller. Called me. I was at the office.
Okay, hold on.
And,
so you had knowledge before it was completed that they were installing something smaller.
They were already in the process of installing it.
And what did you do? Okay, and what did you do? Did you stop them?
As soon as I got home, I called them and said, "Hey, I think you made a mistake. This window is not what we had talked about."
Okay, and what did they say then?
He said, well, I'm looking at our contract here, and it says we have a 43-inch window, and this is what you signed.
Right, gotcha. Now, when did you have a discussion about making it larger where the designer and the contractor were present? Describe that conversation. You guys were all sitting around a table or what?
We went through the house, looked at what windows we were going to replace, and
all four of you walked through the house and talked about, okay, this is good stuff, Christopher. All four of you walked through the house, and those two will say that you definitely made it clear you wanted a bigger window.
Yeah.
But then the contractor will say he even brought up to you that they were putting in a smaller window.
But I may have misspoke. When the window had already gone in, he said, "This doesn't seem like the size that we had talked about."
It was after it was already, okay, after it was already installed. Okay, well, that's good. Yeah. Okay, gotcha. So, will they offer any kind of solution whatsoever, maybe even a cost adjustment? Or are you saying it's so hideous you want it either enlarged or taken out and you won't settle for anything else?
You know, I even told him I was willing to split the difference in cost if it's more expensive, and I would split the labor to have the windows taken out and then reinstalled. And he told me to kick rocks.
Who are you dealing with at All Windows and Doors Plus? Who is it?
Do you want his name?
Yeah.
His name is Haven Scott.
Haven Scott sounds like a movie star. Listen, man, this is a tough one, Mark. The contract has a 48-inch window, and that's what he got, or 43, whatever it is. And yet he had discussions saying he wanted a bigger window. When
it's
you
still going to come back. The only real proof, unless the other person acknowledges they screwed up, is going to be the contract.
Yeah, well, the contractor and the designer were there.
Hey, here's the good news. It's not bigger, and he wanted it smaller because that'd be a hell of a thing to do.
He wanted it bigger.
Yeah, I know, which I'm saying they can probably cut out. Well, maybe not, actually. I don't know how they framed it.
Yeah, but how important is it? Because this is going to be an expensive battle. More right after this.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by the 47 Morning Update.
Yeah, we've got one crash as you're coming.
Hey, did I write anything? Working away, Gravina's and Amfin.
Yeah, I got it.
Courtesy in the crash. You can go around the cones, but it is awfully slow. In fact, right now coming up at the tech center is kind of busy all the way up to that point. Not solid jamming, but certainly sluggish. 270 is running a little heavy. I-70 west from Quebec back towards Colorado, and heading into the foothills with construction work at the bottom of Floyd Hill does have traffic backed up. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
If you voted for Donald Trump, then you've got to start your day with the 47 Morning Update with me, Ben Ferguson. All the headlines from Trump's Oval Office. It's quick, it's bold, and it's unfiltered. So download the 47 Morning Update now wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, we just happen to be talking about windows, and Gravina's does window siding, doors. They do every part of your exterior house. And listen, they have 50 brands that they deal with. Gravina's, and they have a heritage that most companies just dream about. In business way more than 65 years. The dad started it. Larry took over and moved to his own operation on 950 West Evans, and now his son Nick is with him, and they have all of the windows you'd ever want, every price range, every design class. And whether it's your fix and flip, your rental, or your dream home, Gravina is the name. Gravina 303 Gravina. American Financing and I are teaming up to help people get out of high interest debt with what we're calling the Smart Equity Loan. Here's why it's a smart equity loan. They take just the part of the equity they need to get you the money to pay off high interest debt. And then you immediately have a better payment schedule, save hundreds of dollars a month, and your credit improves. So you get rid of that high interest debt. And you're on a payment schedule. You can accelerate if you want or pay it on time. Whatever it is, it's breathing room. And it's finally a way to stop wasting money and then going toward your path of financial health. Call AmericanFinancing.net right now. Tell them you need that smart equity loan, that smart equity loan for your home or a complete refi. 303-695-7000. 303-695-7000.
NMLS.
Fabulous.
Oh, pizza's here.
Wow.
It's early today.
Do you need?
You guys got pizza, you scumbags.
Well, what? Yeah.
We even got your favorite.
Damn it.
Extra cheese,
Yeah,
extra
see it.
sauce.
Shut up, you.
And where's your lunch order going today?
I don't.
What address? What address?
Yeah. I don't even know I can do. I'm not feeling it today. I'm just not feeling it. I hate when I don't feel it. I'm a DoorDash hero.
It's weird. I could never have somebody bring me food, but I like that you're happy.
What do you mean you can't have people bring you food?
Why the hell? Now I know you're doing something. You're at work, but I see no reason to have somebody deliver food to me.
Oh, I get what you're saying. Yeah, I know what you mean. You know what? I used to think that way, like, what a waste. What a waste. But, man, it's so convenient.
What, DoorDash?
Yeah. I think it's way convenient.
Mark would never. He would never.
I like being a pain in the ass and going to a restaurant.
Well, he doesn't trust DoorDash anyway. He thinks it's
one.
all people that are. What do they call it now? It's not experiencing homelessness. It was on 9 News. I screenshotted it.
Oh, you got to tell me what it is.
It's called. Shoot, I can't think of it, but I saw the headline. I was like, oh, I gotta. Okay, here it is. Oh, he thinks all Door Dashers that deliver food are unhoused people.
Unhoused. Well, if you're not in the house, then you are currently unhoused.
And you know
if you're at home, then you're housed.
A lot of these woke sites.
What's Mountain Dew Sweet Lightning? What's Mountain Dew Sweet Lightning?
It's the same as being dead. I mean, come on.
Have no idea.
Okay. I don't know why I think you're the one.
I don't drink soda.
I gave up Diet Coke like 12 years. I had a problem. So Mark was on my ass. I gave it up like 15 years ago. Haven't had any soda since.
I remember you telling me that.
My mom was Diet Pepsi.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure she cut her, she'd fizz. So. But yeah, I quit because of kidney stones.
Oh, yeah. No, I would literally have like 2 cans of Diet Coke with sitting at dinner. Oof. And it was just getting crazy. And so I was like, I switched to club soda, never looked back. So, but I know people love their diet soda, their Diet Coke. It's tasty shit.
My wife is Diet Mountain Dew.
Diet Mountain Dew?
Yep.
I have never, since I was a kid, my brothers loved Mountain Dew, and I've never liked Mountain Dew my whole life.
People are freaks. They are. I mean, they're
yeah.
It's like a
it's
coffee
like
addicts.
crack.
Yeah, Tommy's. Yeah, it is. The other one, I mean, I liked a little bit as a kid. Can't stand it now. Dr. Pepper. What the hell?
RC, hi, this is Kelly. I'm calling from
but I'm a
the
beer
Tom
girl
Martino
anyway. That's
Show.
my carbonated
Here
drink
we
of
go.
choice.
Radio app today.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-8255. Christopher, here's what I think, okay? You're going to, if this ends up in court, let's just say, first and foremost, I want to dispel something, and this is something I hope you believe. Even if you don't want that window, your option is not to pay zero for it. You can't claim it has zero value. Okay?
Right.
But you do have somewhat of a dispute. I think that you're going to lose this just based on the fact that you signed the contract. And I agree with you, by the way, and I believe you 100%. I believe you 100%. Many times salespeople just want to make a sale, and I swear to God, they say things and they nod their heads and they get people to sign. Like that guy with the solar system. I'm positive that he was lied to. But when it gets down to court, Mark and I have seen our share of cases where the judge doesn't care. I mean, I swear to you, it's almost brutal. It's not like they say, oh, this poor homeowner up against this big contractor. They don't do that. And when your people try to submit ear witness testimony that they were there when you talked about it, they're going to say, here's the way it would go. Oh, okay, so he wanted it enlarged. What size did he say he wanted? And what will they answer? What will they answer? They'll say, well, we don't know. He just said he wanted it larger. Well, then
Sure.
Then shouldn't he have measured it and checked it? In other words, I'm just telling you the bad news first. I think you're going to lose it. But if you want to fight it properly, the way to do it is to pay the bill and then go after them for the differential and then use the testimony of those two people. And that all keeps it within small claims court. But if you try to do it any other way, you're going to spend a lot of money for nothing, in my opinion. I'm Tom Martino.
Yay.
So we're done with him, but I just think he's going to lose it. What about that solar company? Are we getting Brooke? Are we going to? I think we had
thought
general.
you said you were done with him, and so
we are
gave
done
him my
with him,
email.
but we have general questions about solar that Mark had that we should ask.
All right, let me tell Cal.
I think that's what he was talking about, and it sounded like he had some pretty good. He had some pretty good issues that can get them out of it.
Mark is busy right now, so I'll wait till he comes back in. If that's cool, Tom.
All right, that's cool.
Hey, Kel. How do I control room? Hey, Kelly.
Yeah.
Will you get Colleen on now since we have a clear line? Thank you, girl. Thank you, girlfriend.
I'll be right back.
Hey, Suze?
Yes?
Does Addie's boyfriend have a job?
He's an attorney.
Oh, okay. So is he going to work in the tech center too?
Yeah, he's been doing very well at his firm.
Oh, good.
And so they're letting him transfer to Denver.
What kind of attorney?
Insurance law. They mostly represent the insurance companies. But he just got barred last summer or last fall.
Okay.
He graduated last year.
Hello,
And he's already gotten a raise and a bonus, and I mean, like, he's doing really well. So that, I mean, like, yeah, like, really good for him.
Hello. And you seem to have an issue you want to talk to Tom about?
No, MR, I don't know what the 1024 was on their labels, but I do think the Diet Coke labels right now are so cute. It'll say like sis, buddy, friend, or hello, whatever they say. It's hilarious. I just like it. It's cute. Diet Coke label. Oh, you can personalize your Diet Coke? What does yours say on it?
What did you want to talk to Tom about?
Oh, dude, that one's cute.
Yeah.
Oh, 10, 2, and 4. No, MR, I don't remember that.
Is this your house? Your house? Okay, so you have an issue with the contractor.
Yep, Tim, I like lemonade as well. That is one sweet drink that I'll have once in a great while, like with barbecue.
Oh, understood.
Yes, I got to mix that with iced
So
tea.
what did you want to talk to Tom about today?
It's too sweet.
Yeah, can be.
This is Habitat for Humanity?
Ooh, yeah, I like root beer too. Root beer floats. Oh my God, yeah, I forgot about. I haven't had a root beer in, ages now.
You ever been to that antique / root beer place over off of Kipling?
No.
It's an indoor antique mall. They've got consignment.
Okay, I probably have seen that.
But they have the might be the world's, but I know the nation's largest selection of root beers over there.
And that's in Lakewood or?
I think it's in Littleton.
Littleton. Antique Mall root beer. Says it's temporarily closed.
Really?
Is it on a... Oh, no, that's in Golden. Hang on.
Oh, this one's Kipling and Bowles.
Kipling And bowls. Old Crow's Antique? Okay. Okay, so it's not draft root beer. They're just these bottled. They've got a shit ton.
Yeah.
Holy cow. I might have to get a root beer float. I'm trying to be all healthy. I hate that. It's so boring. What's that?
You've never had the ecstasy of having an egg cream, right?
Are those Cadbury eggs with cream in the middle?
No, an egg cream is a drink. It's a big thing in New York and the East Coast. It's chocolate, basically chocolate soda with a little bit of milk mixed in.
What is
It
that?
has to be done in the correct sequence.
Tommy, egg cream.
Oh,
I guess that's an East Coast
egg
thing.
Egg creams are big deals.
Oh.
Egg creams
No,
are
I've
big.
never had one, Doc.
Yeah.
Never heard of it. Egg cream soda? Is that what you would call it?
Well, no,
Egg
you just walk up and say, I want a vanilla egg cream or a chocolate egg cream.
Wow.
Yeah. So it's just an egg cream. And the egg
Okay,
creams...
so it's seltzer, milk, and chocolate syrup?
Correct.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, some of them have eggs in it. That's why they called it an egg cream.
I have never heard of that. I'm going to ask my mother-in-law if she's ever
Doc,
had one.
some of them, they do the seltzer with the egg and flavoring. But then the raw egg became an issue, years later.
Egg cream?
Oh, yeah, they used to put the raw eggs inside the orange
No, it's a
Julius's, too.
soda drink, Mark. The Doc and Tommy says it's an East Coast thing, and it's a soda drink. Egg cream? Did you ever have one?
Yeah.
Are they
mine
that
was
good?
Mine was ice cream with raw eggs.
No,
that's exactly, Mark. That was another way. That's right.
Milkshake?
I have no idea.
Tom says that's right.
That's
so
another way.
Tom and Doc are on different pages.
No, there are
The
different
egg
ways
cream
of
I had
making
was
it.
always
There were
ice cream.
different ways of making it.
34 years together, and I've never heard this.
Oh my God.
Yeah, literally, go in the blender and then you'd crack an egg or two in it.
Right, that's
never
right.
heard this.
That's right. It's very cool.
I never thought of it as a New York thing.
You know what
funny
my
enough.
mother-in-law also raves about for New York? Saratoga water. She says they
Yeah.
call it Vichy water. Vichy water.
Yeah, Vichy water. Exactly.
I love my Vichy water. I swear that's what Mark's mom sounds like, right? She's
It
a
was
doll.
natural
but-
carbonated springs.
I know. I bought some at Sam's Club the other day. They had Saratoga water, so I bought a case of it.
Really?
Yeah. You want me to buy you
Cool.
some next time they have it?
Cool. Yeah, that's cool, man. Yeah.
Yeah, it's in the, what do you call it? Those blue bottles,
Yeah.
cobalt blue bottles.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Hey,
Yes, that's right,
as
Sappy.
soon as you can, make it snappy, Pappy.
Uh-oh. Somebody's getting shit.
Yes,
But it's
Libby, an
color,
A&W
right? And thank
root
you.
beer float. Mark,
That's not an
I'm
egg
going to have
cream.
to get a root beer float.
Oh, yeah,
Understand.
root beer floats everybody knows about.
I just haven't had one in like 20
Do
years.
they even have A&Ws in the
I had a
Denver
root
area
beer
anymore?
float
Yeah.
just the other
Really?
day.
You have them in King City?
Literally.
You've had a root beer. Where at?
Bonnie Bray ice cream.
Oh, that's cool.
Hey, Mark, I can print this real quick, though. I need those micro SD cards to do it.
Oh, Girl Friday, the root beer
Well, then we're
place
fucked.
is close to your
no.
candy
Because I don't
store?
have one on me.
Oh, no.
Oh.
You don't have one?
You
thought
live
you
over
had
that
two
way,
of
don't
mine.
you?
I do
okay,
have
that's
2
why you're
years,
so
but
familiar.
they're sitting in my house.
Have you?
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, I'm Tom Martino, and this is the Consumer Show, the Troubleshooter Show, the Troubleshooter Network Show, the Marc Mager Show, the Suze Major Show, you give it whatever name you want. Just make sure you join us Monday through Friday, 10 to 2, just 4 hours a day, or join us anytime you want on YouTube. Download our podcast on all the popular podcast platforms. We have so many people that do that. Most people post-delay this show. Do you know that? We have a bigger audience that downloads and post-delays. Hey, listen, we're talking cars today. It's Friday. It's car day. We've had a lot of different car issues. We'll go with it right now. And then we're talking about things you remember from your childhood. And we were talking about some of the drinks. And one that I associated always with New York, I don't know why, but is the egg cream. You'd go to a soda fountain, they'd call it, and you sit down and have an egg cream. And an egg cream would be an egg, seltzer water, and flavoring. And then they did away with the egg, but they still did some cream and some dairy along with seltzer and a flavoring, usually vanilla or chocolate. And then one of the biggest treats I always had, and you just don't see it around that much anymore, are Yoo-Hoos. Yoo-Hoos,
oh, yeah.
Yoo-Hoos were a big
or
deal.
Yoo-Hoos?
Yoo-Hoos are everywhere
okay.
still, man. You can
are
buy
they
them
still
at
everywhere?
Sam's.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. And then I love Yoo-Hoo with barbecue potato chips. That used to be my jam. I don't eat barbecue potato chips anymore, but I remember it went on a summer day. We'd go and get cold Yoo-Hoos and have some barbecue chips. I thought I died. I went to heaven the first time I tasted a barbecue chip. Anyway, what I'd like to do is if you have any, go on YouTube or go on or text me, 57739. I'd like to know some of your favorites from your kid growing up. Another thing that used to be big that I don't see a lot of course, I'm 71. That could be why I don't see a lot of it. But you don't see kids with it anymore. Wax stuff, wax lips, wax teeth. Do you remember that? Wax mustache?
Like little wax soda bottles with liquid in it.
We have some in the office here.
Oh, yeah.
Wax teeth from the local candy store gals.
Girl Friday.
Yeah, the wax used to be so freaking weird. You would wear the wax, of course, just as a joke, and then you would take it and chew it. Anyway, Jerry wants to talk about a car sale. Jerry, what's going on with you? Welcome to the show.
Yeah, I went on Monday with my granddaughter to buy a car.
Yeah.
Everything went well. We got the little slip that says it. They have 5 days to pass an emission. 2 days later.
Wait. Tell me first, what kind of car did you buy?
It's a 2010 Nissan Murano.
And how many miles?
98,000 miles.
98,000. And what did you pay?
Yeah. I want to say 6,400 ish.
All right. Do you have the radio on?
Yeah, I'll turn that off.
It's really confusing as hell, yeah. So he bought a 2010 Nissan Murano, 98,000 miles for about $6,000.
Correct.
Okay, so what's the problem?
Yeah, so no problem when we got it. 2 days later, the check engine light went on. She has not gotten emissions, but when she went to like AutoZone to get the report on why the check engine light on, it came back saying that it will fail emissions. I reached out to the sales guy. He assured me they would address it, but they can't get it fixed because they have their own auto guys. They can't get it fixed till Tuesday. Is there anything more I need to do at this point?
Well, you better, Jerry, you better protect yourself because here's what I think is going to happen. I don't know this dealer from anywhere. You didn't mention the dealer, but you have a window to get that emissions. And if it doesn't pass and you go past that window, you're screwed. So what was the deadline?
It will be 5 days from Monday, so I'm guessing, Saturday?
Do not keep the car.
Okay.
I'm telling you that if you, hold on, you either get a new voucher or you return the car. If
or go get that e-test so that you've got a failed emission, so you've got that to stand on.
Do you have the failed emissions?
No, so all I have is the indicator from AutoZone saying it will not pass the emission.
Jerry, that's not good enough.
Come on, man. You got to go try to get it to pass.
Yeah. That's not good enough.
You better go do it today, man.
Now, Jerry, I'm going to tell you something. Listen carefully. The emissions is not a warranty program because here's what I want to tell you. We've had people in this situation where they go to pass emissions and the guy says, it's not going to pass emissions. By the way, it needs some adjustment. Now, you take it to a mechanic. The mechanic says the engine's bad. However, it will pass emissions if I adjust this carburetor here or adjust the air mixture or adjust this or adjust that. And you might think to yourself, oh, no, don't adjust it. If it's got a bad engine, I want to return it. It's not You can't use it for that. In other words, if you can make a slight adjustment, even with a bad engine, and it will pass emissions, that's the only responsibility the dealer has with you, is that it pass emissions. Not that it pass emissions with flying colors. Not that it pass emissions with a new engine. That it pass emissions, even if it limps by. You got to keep that in mind. Do not let them delay you. Go get the failure if it does fail and take the car back. And if they say to you, if you give us a few days, we will fix it, make them issue you a new voucher.
Okay.
Now, Jerry,
Okay,
I have some questions for you on this. You bought it as is. Did you get it checked out?
No.
Okay. Did it occur to you that that would be a good idea?
It occurred to me that there were no indicator lights or anything, and that's what I ran with.
Okay.
That there were no issues on the lights, and it, everything didn't say check engine light when we bought it.
Jerry, that's not a good indication that there are no lights. That's not that's only a small indication of its health. But listen, here's what you need to do now. In my opinion, I would get a used car checkout right now, get the failed emissions. And the reason I tell you to get a used car checkout, so if they say to you, we're going to fix it so it passes emissions, you can make sure it's not one of those major problems lurking. You're going to you might have a tough time. It might pass emissions. I don't know. Hey, Jeff, what does that auto parts store do to predict whether it's going to pass? Do they actually run it?
Don't. Yeah, but they've got some cheaper handheld scanners that'll pull the majority of codes. They don't always go deep enough to get the rest of them.
Is it AutoZone that did this?
Yeah, this is my granddaughter. She took it there and sent me the report.
Yeah, and then basically it'll say, okay, P713, and they'll tell them what that code is, and there's usually a recommendation for whatever part that they're trying to sell them.
Here's something that's really weird. They love it when he called and said, the reader said it won't pass. And they said, don't worry about it. We'll take care of it next week. They're trying to get them past that grace period. How many times have we seen that, Mark, where they go past that grace period and they're screwed?
Oh, big time.
All the time. So anyway, make sure you do what we said. We have more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show, 303-713-8255. One Clear Choice Garage Doors for your garage door needs, all of them, from the spring to the hinges to the panels on the door or the door opener itself. They handle all garage door needs, and all of their prices on their website, oneclearchoicedoors.com.
Yep.
Wow, it's you, the Capital One Bank guy.
That's what they call me.
Mind if I get a selfie?
Yeah, sure thing. Say no fees or minimums on your Capital One checking account.
Where are you?
Wow, that's a keeper. So, where are you heading?
I'm off to spread the good news that Capital One helps people keep more money in their wallet with no overdraft fees.
Oh, you're the best Capital One Bank guy.
Hey, mind if I get a selfie?
Sure.
Say, Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One NA, member FDIC.
QCColorado.com for the quiet, cool whole house fan. That's what it is, a whole house fan. Now remember, it's not an attic fan. It's a whole house fan. So your attic has to be ventilated, but once you know that's ventilated, you get this whole house fan, and it takes the cooler air from the bottom of your house, expels the hottest air from the top of your house. In essence, it evens out the temperatures. That alone makes your air conditioner work less, where you'll save money. But in addition to that, you can use it instead of air conditioner on mornings and afternoons or evenings. Why don't you find out more? They have all kinds of information on the website, QCColorado.com, 303-800-3419. Start saving money, 303-800-3419. Hey, another way to ensure your house will stay cooler is with better windows. Listen, windows are an investment in your home that always pay dividends. Gravina's Windows is the window company I love with 50 lines of windows. You know what I don't like being forced into a line, being forced into a brand because that's the only one they carry? Gravinas will never have that problem. 50 lines of windows, multiple lines of siding and doors. What you need to do is call them and get what you need, not only to beautify your house, but make it more energy efficient. 303-GRAVINA, Gravina. 303-GRAVINA.
He caught.
Thank you. 4.5.
You should
Thank
submit
you.
that.
Yeah, I hope he did.
Let me see if I can find it. Let me see.
Probably a little.
My order was dropped off. Hot damn.
Probably
baby.
just a little aluminum, maybe, 4-seater. Little
Put a little
troller.
5-horse Briggs Evinrude or something on the back.
Yeah, probably find a used one dirt cheap up in Nebraska somewhere. He's got a place to store it, that's for sure.
Yeah.
That was.
Well, the 2 best days of a boat owner's life. The day he gets
There's
it.
not much that can go wrong with that, though.
I loved my boat when we had it, but
I had a little bit of time, we were looking at a big-ass sailboat. And between,
a sailboat?
Sailboat.
Yeah, like a yacht sailboat.
Yeah, in between John Fuller kind of schooling me, and then I found out it's got to be in deep water. And I was like, well, what the fuck's that mean? That means it's got to be in deep fucking water.
Because of the keel?
I guess so. It goes like fucking 30 feet down or something.
It's like a mortgage payment to store it.
Yeah, it's got to stay off coast.
Mm-hmm.
So all of a sudden you're going, holy shit, that's $60,000 a year to park my boat.
Just for parking the boat.
Pretty much in a safe place.
Yeah.
We got a lot of sailboats down on the Blue Mesa.
Where is this one I wanted to show?
Not like these. Not on the Blue Mesa.
Here it is. This is the one.
My buddy got tagged for his boat was in the Blue Mesa and they wouldn't let it in another place.
There you go.
So, and then, like he's every day, he's sending catfish, like he's just sending us photo, fish after fish.
Yeah. My buddy Lee's the same way.
Oh, I love Fun Dip.
Oh, that stuff you used to stick the white candy
Love
in?
Fun
I
Dip.
loved that as a kid.
I liked every part of it.
That's why my gut is so messed up now, because of all that shit as a kid. My mother made a boxed cake every night. Well, we had to make it, but you know what I mean. So that we'd have cake every night after dinner. And
We never had dessert growing up.
It's pretty rare that we did.
Never got it in the restaurant, just never had dessert. Maybe on a birthday.
Yeah.
It's not like I even asked for it. I just never.
Until it came around the holidays, then my mom would bake a lot now.
Yeah, mine too. She would bake on the holidays.
yes.
I love those bombs.
Frank.
Bunker busters.
200 feet in the ground. Kablooey.
Is he on the line now?
I wonder why they have it going sideways. I thought it went straight down.
Oh, yeah, put him on.
Probably depends on the trajectory of that.
Well, but sideways gets more.
Depends on what you're trying to hit.
I don't think so. I don't. Probably he has an email or some question about, that'll be interesting, huh? Okay. Yeah.
Tim, I have no idea what
Can
you're
you do
saying.
this? Ask him his last name.
If I had to read
and
in
put it
between
next
the
to his
lines, you're
first
saying you
name
had
so
a
I can
ring
see his
pop
last
on.
name. That might ring a bell for me.
You went into the woods to take a pee, and I'm guessing someone bent you over and screwed you? Just a guess. I'm
What
not
are you
sure.
talking about? I missed it. I was talking to Kelly.
What Tim's putting on.
Tim.
Tim had a ring pop. He went into the forest to pee, wasn't paying attention, and you figure out the rest. I think some dude snuck up behind him.
He got the reach around or something with the ring pop. Ugh.
He got the glory hole filled.
I got my ghetto juice.
Mountain Dew.
Mountain Dew.
Yep. How did
Is
you
it
know
full
what
of
I meant?
sugar?
He does. I bet Tommy does diet.
Mountain Dew has been called.
Tim said he pissed on
That
it and
forever.
didn't notice. So you licked your own piss.
Oh my
Nice.
God! Well, that's better than getting butt.
Then he panicked.
AgentWealth.com.
Hi, I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. One guy says, my kid treat, one of my favorite kid treat was something called a Mickey flip. Have you ever heard of a Mickey flip? Anyway, it's a taco shaped like a Twinkie.
Ricky?
A Mickey
Never
flip.
had one.
I've never even heard of it before. Mickey, and once again, my computer fills it in before I even put it up there because I'm being spied on. Mickey flip. God, I've never even seen it. I can't even when you Google it, you don't find anything.
Nah, maybe his mom made it for him like a good old house burger.
Hey, Tom, you remember having a lime Ricky to go along with your egg cream?
What is that?
A lime Ricky was cherry soda and lime juice.
No, never had it. I've had a
Duffy's
cherry Coke.
delicious drinks.
Yeah, anything.
Andy. Knee high.
Oh, no, not Andy. I'm sorry. Frank, go ahead. What's going on with you, Frank?
Question. I wanted to tell you that my computer does the same thing. My phone, if I think of a song, it'll already have it when I go.
Wait a
press
minute.
it.
If you think of a song,
it'll already be there, no matter how random it is, because I'm being spied on.
Yeah, but
Just
it
like
doesn't
that.
spot. Hold on, Frank. It doesn't read your mind.
It does.
He probably talks out loud, doesn't realize he's talking.
Anyway, what
Right.
did you call about today, Frank?
Anyway, I called because I was wondering if I could put some cell towers at my house. I live in Cheyenne, Wyoming, and of course I would have to check with the municipalities. But a friend of mine, they approached him and they said, hey, we'll pay you this much a month.
Of course. And you don't, by the way, you don't have to check with your municipality at all. All you have to do is this. Call the cell phone companies and tell them that you are willing to grant them the rights to put up a tower.
Okay. Yep, that'll work.
And then they will do the research to make sure it will work on their grid. And then they do all of the application process and all of that. But remember, just because you want it doesn't mean it's going to be allowed. It may not be allowed. But you can get paid for it. And I know people who have rural property that love these things. How much is your friend getting paid?
I think they're giving them about $300 a month, and it's only one company.
And it's just a small tower?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a small tower. It's just that I think it's ridiculous, the ones that I see going towards Castle Rock.
Okay.
Because they still look like cell towers, but they put a couple of branches.
You want to call the cell tower companies though. Don't call up AT&T. I mean, you're never going to talk to anybody. There's like RF towers.
Yeah. All right,
RF Towers is really big in Cheyenne.
Thank you very much, Frank. I got to move on to Colleen. She's been waiting a while. Oh, no, Andy's first. Andy, what's going on with you, Andy? Welcome to the show. I'm Tom Martino.
Hi. Well, I'm just running down to get my partner here to help me. So I had reached out to AR Chimney to have my hearth and my fireplace redone back in November.
And what's the name of the company?
And,
what's the name of the company?
AR Chimney.
AR Chimney. Got it. Okay. And what's going on?
I'll run through it real quick. Hi, my name's Neil. So we had a contract with them for a replacement hearth and to have some, slate work done?
Yeah, just like the face of it.
Tile.
Yeah.
And we had given them the whole cost of the was $5,400. We gave them a deposit of $2,500. We were supposed to set this up for
November. It was like mid-November.
Like November 23rd or something like that. Andy had contacted them the day before saying, sorry, that day's not going to work. There's a problem with that. Could we reschedule? They said, absolutely no problem. They suggested December 12th. Unfortunately, Andy had forgotten that's my birthday. It's a Saturday. She contacted them again the day before and said, look, we have to reschedule again. I'm super sorry. And they said, okay, little, thumbs up emoji. Well, our situation changed a little bit in March. We told them that we currently cannot proceed. We have to sort of hold back a little bit on a number of our renovations.
Did you have, by the way, did you have a contract with them?
No.
No. So what we have with them is, let me just pull
if it's just a proposal, and a deposit, they can't keep it.
Yeah.
Yes,
That's what it is.
I would totally agree with that. So it is listed as an invoice, and there's the heath installation, install pre-purchased heath for the client, and then a stone wash. And they told us when we said that look, we can't go forward. We have all texts written out on this thing, which is super helpful.
Yeah.
They told Andy it is non-refundable. There's nothing in the document that even has the word non, let alone refundable.
Yeah.
And we started to complain with them a little bit about it. We were able to pull back our initial credit card deposit of about $500. We have that we did on a credit card.
In March.
So Andy called up the credit card company, said it was a fraud issue. They pulled it back. The company recharged us 3 days ago.
So how much did they recharge you? Did they recharge you that $500?
Whatever that amount was,
yeah.
$400.
Okay.
$493.
But where did the other two? Where did the other 2,000 come from?
They're keeping.
So I paid them via Venmo.
Yeah.
Which I have obviously the documentation for that, and I asked them very nicely, could you? Is the name
of this company AR?
Yeah. Yes, AR Chimney Pros. They're based in Lakewood.
But why do they? Here's what I don't understand. If they didn't expend any money, why do they think they should keep it? Or are they claiming they purchased money for your stuff for your job?
No, they're not even saying any of that. Like, the property is 10 minutes outside of Estes Park, and I do a lot of renovations, and this is like a mountain hustle. This happens to me all the time. So when I called them, I said, I'm not going to let you do this because I'm doing something for the community.
It doesn't matter what the reason is, Andy. It doesn't matter what the reason is. They need to give your money back. I want to give this to Deputy Doc. Doc, are you there? What do you think of this? This is a bunch
I'm here.
They listen, under the Contractors Trust Act, they can't keep anything unless it was marked non-refundable or it was used for the job. But then they'd have to prove that, Andy. These people should not keep your money. I mean, it tells me the fact that they're not giving that money back tells me that they spent it.
Let's have Doc call them.
Yeah, it's an open and shut small claims court, Tom.
I know it, Doc. I know it's an open and shut small claims court. I think they'll get a judgment, but I still want you
I'll call them right now.
I want you to call them and see what they say. I'm Tom Martino, 303-713-8255.
Is that it?
This is Denver's talk station with Michael Brown in the morning and
Oh, you hit the clock when you have food there.
Yeah, now you got it.
Denver.
So how much time will I have after my 30?
Impact traffic.
Let me do some math.
Date.
All right, a little busy in a few areas out here. No major problem spots. I-270 continues to run.
Just a little over 4 minutes.
Oh, that's so
northbound
wonderful.
Up near
I can choke.
84th. It's been kind of dragging a little bit on speeds and south.
There's always hope.
Both directions through the Central Valley are a little heavy. That eastbound 6th Avenue ramp to southbound 25 is backed up. And a little bit of slowing out east on I-70 as well as Pena coming out of the airport. Biggest delay, though, still in the foothills with work down at the bottom of Floyd Hill near the Veteran Memorial Tunnels with backups for westbounders on I-70. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
If you voted for Donald Trump, then you've got to start your day with the 47 Morning Update with me, Ben Ferguson. All the headlines from Trump's Oval Office. It's quick, it's bold, and it's unfiltered. So download the 47 Morning Update now wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, ZeroResDenver.com for your carpet cleaning with nothing but purified, softened, alkaline-based water, the best cleaning agent in nature. I love the way they do it. They defy the odds. They don't use soaps or emulsifiers, and their carpets are cleaner than anyone. My carpets have never looked better or smelled better or felt better, and there's no crap from previous cleanings. They got all that out, plus allergens and pathogens. Listen, your home will be better off for it. The indoor air quality and the carpets, safe for kids, safe for pets, safe for you and me. That's ZeroResDenver.com. Call now and get ready for that beautiful summer weather. 303-471-5150. 471-5150.
Thanks, man.
By the end of the weekend, you realize there's a reason why they give kids to young people.
Yeah, because you're tired.
What paper size?
I can't give you that number. He will call you. Of course. I have 72099.
I have friends my age a couple that are grandparents. They love it. I am like, not even, even remotely in my head am I like, I wish I had grandkids right now, Jeff. I'm not. I don't know. If one of them, ended up having kids here soon, I'm sure I would enjoy it and love it. But,
sure.
But I'm not like my bestie girlfriend. She's a little older than I am, but she was ready. She's like, when are you guys going to have some grandkids for me? Right.
I'm hoping my son will have a son. I've got the two girls now, so I want a son or a grandson.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Two little girls.
Yeah.
Do you think they'll have more?
No. The last one was such a hard pregnancy on her that she had her tubes tied as soon as that baby was delivered.
Ah, gotcha.
Yeah, that poor girl was sick all the flipping time.
Was she?
Yeah. Had all sorts of deficiency issues.
Really? Mm-hmm. God, I did not like being pregnant, Jeff. I was like, that to me was the worst. My sister, she has 4 kids. She's been pregnant 4 times, and she absolutely
That's usually how that works out.
Yeah. Yeah. She absolutely loves it, like when she's pregnant. And I'm like, screw that.
My ex said she loved being pregnant too.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there's just some women think they just not for me. I don't think Adeline was out of me 2 seconds, and I am like, I am done.
Well, let's face it. If guys had to be the ones to deliver babies, there would be no babies.
The population would dwindle.
It's like, nah.
They would dwindle. If you think owning a RV bus is expensive, wait till you get grandkids.
Yeah, but they can get anything. It's like, all right, how big of a pony?
Oh.
Okay, that's a start. Joe, what did you want to talk to Tom about? So are you a contractor, sir?
Okay. Where the hell am I here?
Tommy, you doing anything fun this weekend?
Yes, it depends with how I'm feeling, but
6:30
right now
K-How.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303 713-8255. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com. If you need a market valuation of your home, what it will sell for, he can give you a complete and accurate idea. Frank's been doing this for more than 30 years, and he'll go over everything in your neighborhood, your comps, supply and demand, interest rates, all of that, time on market, and give you an idea of what your house will sell for. And it's completely free of charge with no obligation, and it's professional. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com. Mary, what's going on with you, Mary? What's happening?
Hi, Tom.
Hi, what's going on?
Well, we kind of touched base really briefly the other day about a auto repair shop in Littleton that
Wait, was this when your car was stalled on the side of the road?
Yeah, and then it took me 4 months to raise money with like GoFundMe to pay for a new engine, and then got the car back.
Let's back up a little. Now, the car that you had, how long had you had that car?
Well, I just bought it in March of last year, and then I drove it up until August, I think, when it broke.
And when you had it towed, so when your car stalled and it was towed to Taylor Automotive, that was back in August of 2024?
Yes, I believe so. I don't have the exact.
No, that's
date.
okay.
Yeah,
Then what happened then?
It might have been September.
Well, okay, that's a long time ago. What happened after that?
Well, because I'm a single mom of 4 and I had some injuries, I couldn't do massage anymore. My only job was Uber deliveries.
Yeah.
And so I lost my income, and it took quite a while to pay.
Was the engine blown? What was wrong with the car?
Well, honestly, it didn't seem like it. It was just throwing a couple codes for like a camshaft.
Yeah, but what did
sensor
Taylor
and
say?
stuff.
What did Taylor say was wrong with the car?
Originally, they told me it was just the timing, and then they told me that I needed to have a whole engine replacement, and they were also going to redo the wiring for me. But cut to 4 months later, I had actually like a local business paid a good portion of the cost for me and my kids to have the engine replaced. And after that, after I got it back late December, 3 days later, the bumper fell off and like the headlights didn't work.
So let me get this straight. When did you finally get your car back? A friend paid for the repairs. And when did you get your car back?
Yeah, it was me and then a local business and a friend.
So when did you get your car back? If you could answer that, that would help me. When did you get it back?
It was in late December, but it did go right back to the shop.
Okay. And so there were other problems. Did you ever get it back after that?
Yes. So I got it back. It was just continual issues with the engine. And I have like videos and stuff.
Do you have any warranty work on this?
You know, part of the problem was that they didn't even communicate with me and get my permission to do work that they were doing.
Hold on a second.
And then they wouldn't tell me.
Are you okay? Are you saying you never authorized the work?
Sorry, it cut out there. It got garbly.
Are you saying you never authorized them to work on your car? You didn't want this work done?
Not the work that they did once it was returned to them. They wouldn't tell me what was going on.
When it was returned to them, what work? I just need to know this. What work did they do that they were not authorized to do? What work?
There was several things. What they would do is end up saying, "Oh, come pick up your car," after a week or two. And then they would make up some story about what was wrong with it, and often tried to blame me or even claimed that somebody vandalized my car.
What work did they do that you did not authorize?
Well, part of it, I don't know, because they won't give me records. But they did supposedly replace the oil filter housing, which they claimed a vandal broke in the middle of the night in my Highlands Ranch neighborhood by doing an oil change.
Mary, what work did they do that you did not authorize that you had to pay for? What work did you pay for that you did not authorize?
For sure, I know that they claimed that they replaced multiple relays and, again, the same sensors that had already been.
And how much did you pay for the work you did not authorize?
Somewhere around $500. But they also were like charging me for parts that should have been included in the engine replacement.
Yeah. Like what?
Gaskets and seals. And I did send over the record from Audi of Denver the other night. And like this engine repair is just completely botched.
Well, let me ask you something right now. Where does it stand? Where is your car right now?
My car is sitting outside of Broadway Jewelry and Pawn because I have a friend that works there who's a really nice guy. It's basically junk. Like, I can't even, it's not safe to drive.
How many, before this happened to your car, how many miles were on it?
Somewhere around, it was literally right around 222,000.
What kind of car is it?
It's a 2008 Audi A4.
Okay. Do you understand that that car was worth nothing at all? I mean, in other words, it was junk to begin with. Whatever they did, it's not great, but they didn't cause it to be junk.
Well, they did. They damaged a bunch of things, like the.
It's a 20-year-old car with 200 and some odd thousand miles on it.
Sure. I mean, I paid for a whole new engine.
How much did you pay? By the way, how much did they charge for that?
$4,000.
Oh, why would you spend that much money on a car that wasn't worth it?
Well, I'm really low income because of the injuries I had and just doing Uber deliveries. And one of the issues I've consistently have is, because I don't just have a large chunk of money all at once and I couldn't finance car.
Got it. I got it.
I end up going through these junk
So right
cars.
now, Mary, I need to know something. What do you want?
I want a refund for the engine.
You may be entitled to that. You might be. If they did junk and if they truly cheated you, you may be able to get that through small claims court. When you, it would be smart to get that money back and have your friend help you buy another car instead of putting money into this one.
Yeah, that's the plan. I mean, they mistreated me and my kids, and there's a whole list of just.
But that part here, Mary, people are jerks, and if he mistreated you and all that, none of that's going to matter. Here's the only thing that matters. Here's the only thing.
Yeah.
Did they cheat you?
Yeah. I mean, the record from Audi of Denver shows that they did.
Okay. What does Audi of Denver say about your car?
Oh, there was a long list, but in regards to the engine itself,
yeah,
I was charged again multiple times for these gaskets and seals, supposedly, and I do have videos where the shop has admitted that they probably never.
What I want to know is what does Audi of Denver say about the engine job that was defective?
It's got, I'd have to refer to the list that I sent you.
Just roughly, do they say you were cheated or do they use words like they never replaced this, they never did this? I mean.
Yeah, exactly. They said they were not new seals, that the engine has issues.
But here's what I want to know, though. Did you get charged? See, here's what we have to make. We have to make a case for fraud. So, Mary, it's not important that it was a poor job, believe it or not. What's important is if they cheated you. Let me tell you what that means. That means that they charged you for things and lied to you about it. They didn't replace it, or they replaced something with a used part and they claimed it was rebuilt. I need to know if Audi of Denver made any of those kinds of statements.
Yes, and I did kind of gather some of that and send it over the other night. So it's very clear that that's exactly what happened.
Okay.
They did admit it in some of the videos I have too, and
Okay.
said things like they
Have
were
you
trying
ever
to set other
thought-
people's vehicles on fire.
How? So you want the $4,000 back? Have you asked them for it?
I tried to reach out to one of the owners just via text, which was how we had been communicating. And
Who are the owners there of Taylor Automotive?
One of them is named David, and he's the harder one to deal with verbally. But then there's a man named John. I believe his last name is Sorensen, and I had texted with him off and on for a while.
Do they offer you? Do they offer you anything at all?
No, he claimed that he didn't work there anymore, and then later in the same conversation claimed
Okay.
that it wasn't his phone number anymore.
One thing you have to know, Mary, I don't care about all that side stuff. I don't care about it at all. We got to stay on track. Did they offer you anything at all? I guess she's no longer with us.
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
No, it got garbled there for a second again.
I'm sorry. Did they offer you
That's
anything
okay.
at all?
No, they are just deflecting and mostly avoiding me.
Okay. So we first need to have someone reach out to them and just reason with them to see if they're willing to do anything. We need to see that invoice that you have from Audi of Denver. I want to make sure that invoice says the same thing you say it says, okay? Like, I want to see it. So, Kachina, if you could arrange for me to look at that invoice from Audi of Denver where they check the car out, then after that, I want to give it to one of our people to look at. Jeff Vick, Kimmer Transmission, will tell you this. We'll talk to him after the break. But you can have an invoice where things are done, but it wasn't worth being done. Or it was done poorly, but it was done. That's different than fraud. So we'll come back and talk about that and more right after this.
Very nice.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Red Pilled America.
Usual Friday slowdowns throughout the Denver metro as we navigate the noon hour. I-25 northbound, some stop-and-go traffic between Alameda and Colfax, adding about 5 minutes to your commute. Some similar stop-and-go on the 6th Avenue eastbound off-ramp to I-25 southbound. Slow traffic starts at Federal. For folks heading to DIA I-70 eastbound, heavy congestion between Havana and Peoria starts to loosen up after 225 approaching Pena. With traffic, I'm Mark Swan.
If you want to destroy woke culture, and you like good old-fashioned stories, then you'll love Red
Who
Pilled
should we
America,
give this
the
to?
common sense storytelling show that aligns with your values. Listen to Red Pilled America on the iHeartRadio app. That's Red Pilled America, a storytelling show.
If you're ever in trouble and need a defense attorney, Joe Lazzara can help you. Here's what I like about Joe. He'll do free initial consultations always if you're in trouble. Then he will do flat rate pricing on the offense, whether it be an assault charge, a DUI, a massive speeding ticket, whatever. The important thing is that you don't shop for a defense attorney when you're in trouble. We've done the shopping for you. We know Joe, and you can trust him. Lazzara, Lazzara, 303-429-6200. That's 329. That's 429-6200.
Thank you.
How much time do I have?
4.5.
You don't know how much I love that.
And Kelly is screaming Bo's name. Bo for the thing with Mary.
Good. That would be great. I'm going to give her the synopsis of this, and then she can give it to him.
Okay, Mary, we're going to go ahead and escalate this to one of our deputies. His name is Bo. He's going to be calling you probably after the show wraps up today.
YouTube is suggesting a beer float.
Yeah, so
Why would you ruin a perfectly good beer?
Exactly. Why?
Why would you ruin a perfectly good beer with a freaking...
And of course, just in my personality, I'm like, why would you add more calories to a beer?
Thank you. All right, bye.
That's hilarious. He says you have to have the right type of beer, a porter. Do you like porters? Do you like IPAs?
No.
No? What is, do you just like your typical, like, average American Coors Light?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely don't drink Coors Light. But, I'll drink Coors. That's actually what we'll keep around at the shop. But, like, when I buy beer for the house, I usually get Mexican beers.
Like Coronas?
So, yeah, Pacifico usually.
Okay. I've been loving red beers lately.
Mm-hmm.
The beers with clamato or tomato juice, the spicier, the better. I know you're a spice guy.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
The spicier, the better.
I'm gonna make a less spicy batch of green chili for you this year.
Okay. Oh, I'm so excited. That's so interesting because lately, the last 6 months or so, I cannot get hot enough food.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Mark and I went to Buc-ee's and got like the ghost pepper beef jerky, had just one little bite. His eyes are watering. I'm like, no big deal. I don't know what it is over the last 6 months, Jeff, but your last batch was hot. It was hot. It was good, but it was hot.
See, and I make a hotter version.
Okay.
I have some sauces for you at home. I'm going to bring it on Monday.
Okay.
And you tell me if you can tolerate them.
Okay. I don't know what it is lately, but yeah, I'm excited. What time of year do you make that, in the fall?
Yeah, when you see all the chili stands pop up, because
Yeah.
I make everything fresh.
A girl Friday, the candy girl, she so sweet, brought me I think her family's from New Mexico, I think.
Oh, so she made
and
it.
has like a old family recipe. She freaking drops off some frozen hatch roasted chilies, whatever, that I've got in my freezer right now. I'm kind of waiting until it cools off. I'm not going to make green chili in the summer. I'll have it, but I won't make it. So I wait till it gets a little cool out and try her recipe. But I don't know how much spice is in it. Oh,
well, it's actually extremely easy to make. It's just time consuming.
Yeah.
I don't know what her recipe is, but like I know a lot of people put tomatoes in there. I freaking hate tomatoes inside
let me
there.
see what I have it in my phone. Let me see here. Steph. Here she is. Let me see. Okay. Where's her? Pork.
Yeah.
She sent some seasoning packets for me.
What kind of seasoning?
I'll have to take a picture. I don't know what it is. Water, onion, diced green chilies, and that's it. So it doesn't sound like she has tomatoes in hers.
So, obviously I do the pork.
Uh-huh.
And then it's the green chilies, jalapenos, serranos, habaneros, and chicken broth.
Okay. I've made it a few times with some tomatillos too. I don't know if that's appropriate, but
it's however you like it.
Yeah.
It's like pasta sauce. Everybody's got their own freaking version,
Yeah. Da Bomb hot sauce. Let me look that up, Tim.
Here you go.
K-How.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-8255. All right, so let's give that to Deputy Bo and see what we can do to help, because really and truly, God, these used car problems are killing me. Think about all the problems we get. I mean, people are buying cars with 200,000 miles on them, and then they almost act surprised when they have a problem. I mean, it's not your fault. I'm not blaming you for buying cars with 200,000 miles on them. I understand that you're doing what you can to get the price down. But I have to make a blanket statement here. Never buy a car. Never. With more than 150,000. Never. And if you buy a car with 100,000, don't ever expect not to have problems. You will definitely have problems with a car over 100,000 miles. And over 150,000 miles, almost any repair is not worth doing. So you have to understand something. You're throwing money away. Case. Welcome. What's going on, Case?
Hey, Tom, are you there?
I'm here.
Hey, so I just want to give a shout out to a concrete company who I found through your show on the referral list, Proform Concrete.
Yes.
They just recently, I'm in Centennial, they just recently redid my garage floor and driveway. Super happy with Curtis and Pedro and the work that they've done. So, yeah, just want to give a shout out to them and let them know that your folks should be calling them for any residential contract.
You know what? I really do appreciate that. Really, I do. Was it messy to redo your garage? Why'd you have to redo your garage to begin with?
It was heaving and it was stained with oil. So I just recently bought the house, and it looked like once we pulled the concrete out, maybe they had done some mud jacking or something previously. But it's very clay soil where I'm at here in Centennial. So yeah, it just needed to be replaced.
Well, Case, thank you very much. I appreciate it. We have another hour to go on the Troubleshooter Show. 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. We're helping you solve problems, answer questions, and take complaints. Give us a call. You can call 303-MARTINO, 303-627-8466. Get right in right now.
Go.
All right, I'll be right back.
Oh, you don't have to.
I'm done. I'm done eating.
Jeff is here to fill in. You don't have to hurry back.
Where is Mark?
He's in a meeting.
Okay.
He's in the ladies' room again.
The ladies haven't found him yet.
Tickling.
Remember that guy several years ago up in Boulder that was hiding
guy.
inside the latrine taking pictures of women?
Haven't canceled.
Inside
Yes.
one of the
I mean, Star.
The It.
You are
seen
so
the
right,
stars
Top
yet.
Secret.
It got
Case is not
fired.
always truthful. We love you, Case, but
you're a liar.
but you lie.
Can't believe a damn thing he says.
I think my voice is echoing over at Tom's. It's
Yeah,
weird.
I can hear it.
God.
You can hear mine too.
Oh, you can?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Case, fair enough. He says he, she, but I guess we're saying he's a he now, I guess. I am truthful. I just let people think what they want to think.
That's a lie.
Oh.
Because would a liar tell you that they lie to you?
Yeah, right. That's very true.
Why are we inviting this guy back out on the street?
What's going on?
I don't know, but the echo is just crazy.
Isn't that something?
I'm done.
Now she's done. What about when we were done months ago?
Why do you think we have an echo with Tom?
Because he has a lot of money and a huge home.
Sounds like we're all in a bathroom together.
That would make sense.
That's where Mark is, right?
I agree about that. We're all in that big shower that we saw yesterday. Did you see the picture of the shower?
Yeah, I saw
Yeah.
The 20 by 20?
Yeah.
I've never been that dirty.
Well, I mean, then you got to clean the damn thing.
Yeah. Why do you need a bathroom that big? Case, you've been very elusive over the years. But I think that's what we like about you.
That you don't know him?
Not personally.
And that's what you like about him.
Well, it makes sense why he didn't want to join the Sweaty Girls Club. Have you heard about that? So I found a bunch of letters from Mark cleaning out my closet from over the years. Typed letters. So these are before autocorrect. You know what I mean? I'd come down to the kitchen and there would be a note. Every one of them was addressed "Hi, Sweaty," instead of "Sweetie." So now there's a few gals that I really like on the YouTube chat. So we call ourselves the Sweaty Girls Club. Thinking about trying to do a girls' night out with them. And I said, Case, you want to go? No. It's like, oh, okay.
I had my old boss years and years ago. I mean, he was a terrible speller. Alameda never spelled the same way twice. And he hands me a ticket. He's busy doing something. He's got it all filled out. He's like, can you call this customer and get this ticket sold? Not a problem. So I go up there and I look at it. She picks up the phone. I say, can I speak with Barbara? And she says, do you mean Barbara? I said, I don't know. It's a Barbara on the ticket.
Oh, my gosh. That's funny. Yes, Savvy. Let's do it. Well, I'll just somehow get it coordinated. I really want to do that before summer's up. I was even thinking, I don't know, for in like Savvy, if you didn't want to drive home and you wanted to stay with us.
Whoa.
We've got freaking 3 guest rooms.
Danger.
What? I've met Savvy and her husband. I've basically broke bread with them, but we broke beer.
YouTubers check in, but they don't check out.
And then top secret is Bo's sister. She can't be that dangerous. Sherry, I've already met Sherry. She's a freaking doll.
But those videos of Bo screaming, breaking stuff.
Who else do we need? Oh, Girl Friday. She's a doll. Her sister. We won't forget about her sister. She'll have to go.
I'm supposed to try her candy or something.
Yeah, you should drive over to her candy store.
Not a euphemism.
Who has the candy store?
Girl Friday.
Girl Friday on YouTube. They do unique freeze-dried candy.
Yeah,
right around Easter.
Here around Easter, yeah.
Anything for the back?
No, thanks, Ken. Sweaty girls need a towel boy? No, Tim.
All
Absolutely.
Right.
That is a hard no, Tim Medlin. I might let you be our DD, Tim.
Just have to get one of those little graded dividers like you have for the dogs. So
You're so funny.
Jeff and I are having a good time today in here.
So what's Mark doing?
He's meeting with Euro Plumbing.
Oh, that's right. Demeter.
Yeah.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, I'm Tom Martino. Welcome to the show that brings you great information, quality products and services, and problem-solving skills with a bunch of retired executives and doctors and lawyers and accountants and people that are actively working to help consumers. We put together the Troubleshooter Network for that reason. And I'm Tom Martino, your host. And I wanted to mention this hour brought to you by K&H Home Solutions, which now brings you also K&H Painting Pros. And so you have a company, been around 65 years now, adding painting. And so you can depend on those guys. khwindows.com for K&H painters. Now, I am going to promote this. I waited a long time to do it. But I think, Suze, we should promote it. It's our Discord that was started by one of our morons.
That's right, Tom.
So if you go to discord.gg, which is the URL for Discord. Discord, what would you call it, Suze? It's a chat community?
Yeah, it's a private chat community.
Yeah. And so a lot of our morons are there, but I want more of them there. And so if you go to Discord and look for / so discord.gg/morons. So that's a pretty cool name, right? /morons.
It's like the inside show behind the scenes of our YouTube show.
Yeah. So YouTube's behind the scenes, and this is behind the scenes of YouTube. So discord.gg, then / morons. Discord. And, you know, prior to this, I really haven't been that familiar with Discord, but it's a pretty fun app. And I've noticed a lot of people on there on different forums. So anyway.
And you know what, Tom? You can share pictures, videos, and it's like an after hours kind of chat too.
Yeah.
It's a nice little community.
Yeah. I would say it's R-rated. I don't mean like that. I don't mean like sexual or anything.
Yeah, right.
Adult language. Joe's got a problem getting paid. I hate when people are screwed out of getting paid. So, Joe, what's going on with you?
Hey, what's going on, Tom?
Hey, I'm doing okay, but it sounds like you're not. What's going on with that payment?
Oh, man, the guy took off, left the country, left us with $10,000 debt.
Now, wait a minute. Tell me who owes you the money.
Well, this is the guy that we've known for I want to say about 10 years.
Okay, and what did you do for him?
We did all the carpet in his condo. We painted and retextured all. We took off all the popcorn on the ceiling, retextured it, and painted all the walls.
Now, and you say you knew this guy for more than 10 years.
Yeah. So, you know, we felt comfortable in the fact that he was going to pay us. And he had a little pickup truck, and we said, well, you know, you don't have the money, just, you know, we'll take payment in the pickup truck. Well, about a month ago, he sold the pickup truck without anybody knowing. And we knew that he was going to leave the country.
Did he leave? Wait. Did he leave the country?
Yeah, he left. He left on Tuesday without anybody knowing. We barely found out this morning.
Joe, not all is not lost. Hold on. How much does he owe you?
He owes us about $10,000. He owes us about $6,000, and he owes us another guy that we know about $4,000.
Okay.
So in total about $10,000 is what he left behind.
Okay.
So we're trying to figure out, I don't know, a method on how to collect it.
Well, hold on now. Joe, you don't have to connect anything. You're overthinking this thing, bro. You did work on a condo. Okay. Is that right or not?
Yeah, it's a condo down there in Centennial.
Then go put a lien on it. What are you waiting? When was the last time you were on the job?
Oh, this was already in December of last year.
Well,
so
then
I don't know even if we have enough time.
No, you screwed yourself. Nope, too late.
Yeah, it might be too late.
It is too late, but that's your fault.
Yeah.
That's your fault. You could have gotten a lien. Yeah. You could have gotten a lien and gotten it paid for.
Yeah, we should have filed a lien before. And that's what I was thinking too. It's like, oh man, but yeah.
Let me ask you something. Let me ask you something. Is the condo sold?
It's sold as of Tuesday of this week.
So he did sell it. So you're screwed again. It wouldn't matter. He sold it?
Yeah. Yeah, we have no recourse. That's what I was thinking too. We can't.
How did he? So how much? So he owed 10 grand to you guys, and he sold the condo, and he didn't tell you about it.
Yeah, he didn't say nothing.
And
he just and you know, he was not necessarily a close friend, but a person that we would we would trust. He's trustable. He's a trustable dude. So we were just like,
have
okay,
you?
we'll wait.
Do you have his phone number? His cell number?
Yeah, we got his number and everything. He said he's in Turkey right now.
He's where?
He's on his way to in Turkey.
What's he doing in Turkey?
Europe.
What is he doing in Turkey?
Maybe he's getting a hair transplant.
Yeah, what is he doing in Turkey? Seriously.
I think he's on a layover to get to Greece or something. Because that's where his destination is, in Greece.
Is he going to live there?
Yeah, he's that's his plan, to live up there in Greece. He's not on vacation or nothing. He
Joe, you're not going to get this money, bro. You're not going to get it. It's a waste of time.
Yeah.
I mean, do you have any proof he even owes you the money? What if he says, I have no idea what you're talking about? So how would you prove he owes you money?
Yeah, there's really no contract set, but I do have a material list and a job name for his particular job.
So?
But that's all I have.
That condo's sold.
Yep.
I don't see, Joe. I'm being straight with you, man. There's no way you're going to get paid. It's just not going to happen.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's why I wanted to give you a call too, and to all the listeners, just be careful, because there are some shady.
Whoa, my God! I
I
hope those listening to me already know that, Joe. I mean, God, I would hope.
Yeah, they know.
Yeah, because it's terrible. Thank you for calling, Joe. I'm really sorry, man. Listen, people, when you stop working on a job, you only have 4 months to file that lien. And first you have to file a warning that you're going to file a lien. Mike, what's on your mind today, Mike? Yep. What's going on, man?
Hey, Tom.
Hey.
Thanks, man. Hey, I was caught in that hailstorm. I live in Milliken. And I want to know, do I call the insurance company first or the adjuster to get him out to look at my house?
I wouldn't call either of them. Here's why. If you call your insurance company and they send an adjuster or the adjuster directly, it doesn't matter, and there's no damage to your home, it will count as a claim.
Correct.
So you shouldn't call. You should not call your insurance company first. You should call a reputable roofer. But here's what I want to tell you. When you call a roofer to come check out your house, do not sign any contracts.
Yes.
And that means don't sign anything. If they say, well, you got to sign here to give us authorization, no, you don't. I want to tell everyone right now, there is nothing required that you sign for someone to look at your roof. Nothing is required. Not by the homeowner, not by the county, not by the state, no one. So in Milliken, you can call really good roofers. I mean, you can go to my referral list and call Excel Roofing. I believe they go up to Milliken.
Hey, Tom.
Yes.
JR from the road texted me hail photos from Milliken. I sent them to your phone.
And I think they're are
huge.
Incredible. I know. He has sent those to me earlier. I mean, that one looks like a freaking baseball.
Yeah, I got tennis ball size hail.
Or lemon or whatever. I mean, they're giant. Now, is your roof's, I'll bet you it's damaged, isn't it?
It's damaged, yes. And some of my siding is damaged as well.
Okay.
Oh, it was crazy. I had at least 10 roofing companies right after the storm, same day, and I just send them away.
Hey, Tom, can I ask you a question?
Yes.
About not signing anything. Does the homeowner ever have to sign a release of liability?
No.
So that
No.
if something happens, that's on the roofing company to cover their own injuries?
Okay. Do you have to sign a release of liability for someone climbing on your roof to look at it? No. Why would you? Who are you releasing from liability? Doc, who would you be Doc, who would you be releasing from liability?
If somebody climbs up on your roof and suffers an injury and then claims something against the homeowner, I was just asking.
Okay, well, it wouldn't matter what you signed. You can't sign away someone's rights. I mean, look, you don't have to sign anything, and there is nothing you can sign. What Doc is talking about is having something that says, you can get on my roof, but if you get hurt, don't come after me. Well, that's going to be held up by the law anyway. I mean, if you didn't do anything wrong and somebody's climbing on your roof, I mean, if you had spikes on your roof and you didn't tell them about it, that might be different. I would say this.
Right.
You get a reputable roofer, you don't ever have to worry about it. They have insurance. If somebody gets hurt, they have workers' comp. I would start with Excel Roofing.
Okay, excellent.
Let me give you their number.
I had one other question.
Yeah, their number, by the way, is 303-761-6400. 761-6400. What's your other question, sir?
I'm looking for a good used car. I was thinking about a Toyota Prius, a used one.
Bad idea. Bad. The worst used car you can buy.
Really? Okay.
Do you know
I'm
why?
I'm just looking for something with good mileage.
Yeah.
No, I don't know why.
Because they don't depreciate, and you got batteries to worry about. Why would you want to buy a car that doesn't depreciate? You want a car that depreciates like crazy if you're going to buy it used. So if you're going to buy a used car, if you want to buy a used car and get the most value out of it, then buy a used Ford or Chevy. If you want a new car that's not going to depreciate, then buy your Prius.
Right.
It's just the opposite. It's just the opposite of what you think. You don't want to buy anything that people think is a great car.
Oh, really?
Yeah, okay. I mean, you don't want to, but because the market perception keeps the prices outrageously high. So if you looked at $5,000 or $10,000, let's say $10,000, that $10,000 will buy you way, way, way more in an American car than it will in a Japanese car.
Okay.
Now, if it's a new car, just the opposite.
Right.
Okay, so what else do you want to talk about?
That was it? Just those two?
Yeah, if you're looking for a good used car, what are you looking for? What do you want? An SUV?
No. See, I got a 08 Ford F-250 diesel, and it only gets like 15 miles per gallon unless I'm pulling my fifth wheel, but I hate driving it every weekend all over town. So I just want a good car that gets good gas mileage to travel around town.
Good. Yep. Then you want to buy an American car that depreciates like crazy. In fact, I think I have a list of cars that depreciate like crazy. I'm really serious. People say, well, wait a minute, Tom, it depreciates a lot. Yes, it does, you moron. That's why you want to buy it used, because it's almost like new. And they sell like crazy. So cars that depreciate a lot. Look for a VW. Look for an Odyssey, Honda Odyssey, Honda Ridge. Wait. Oh, no, these are the best, not the worst. Wait, no, these are the worst. You want something that depreciates a lot, then you want to go on and Google or ask artificial intelligence for cars that depreciate a great deal. And then go and look for some of those cars. Like, did you know a Lincoln Navigator depreciates a lot? Some of these, you'll find good cars, but Fords and Chevys. Okay. Jeff Vick, Kimmer Transmission. Jeff, don't you agree with that? These cars that depreciate a lot doesn't mean they're bad cars.
Correct. But any of the cars you look at, I mean, the one thing that people neglect to do, and it happens all the time, go get it checked out before you buy it.
Oh, that's
right.
God, there's so many that don't do that. But thanks for calling 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Yeah, you gotta get rid of the car. Not get rid of it. Get it checked out before getting it. All right, let's take this break. I need to take a break, and we'll come right back.
Okay.
It will only grow if you plant it, so don't miss the Tree Farm's Array of Trees sale. Now through July 15th, see our huge sale list at thetreefarm.com. Choose from flowering trees, fruit trees, evergreen trees, trees for narrow spaces, windbreaks, and privacy screens. Or add color to your yard with ornamental trees, flowering shrubs, perennials, and more. The Array of Trees sale, now through July 15th.
I-25 to exit 235, then 5 miles west to the Tree Farm.
QCcolorado.com. That's the name of the quiet, cool whole house fan dealer in Denver who can get you a whole house fan in just a few hours that will help you in years and years to come to save money on AC. It allows your AC to work less because it destratifies the air in your home, making the temperatures more even. You can also use it in place of air conditioner on cooler evenings and mornings. QCcolorado.com. Call now and find out when you can get yours to start saving money. 303-800-3419. 303-800-3419.
Thank you.
Yes, Libby, I remember California wine, the wine coolers. You don't really see wine coolers anymore. That and
the Seltzers took over.
Zimas.
Yeah, they brought those back for a little while, a couple of years ago.
They did?
They had a limited run of them, yeah.
Oh.
My wife had to go get them, and then she started to drink one. Couldn't figure out why she liked them originally.
Yeah, I've had that happen before. You like something, and it's nostalgic. You try it, and White Mountain Coolers. Now it's White Claws.
Yeah, White Mountain Coolers.
There's no laws with the White Claws.
Yeah. My wife likes the Sunny D seltzers. They make a...
Is it alcoholic?
Uh-huh.
I've not seen those.
Mm-hmm.
Huh. So, Tommy, what are you doing this weekend? You got cut off earlier when you were telling me.
I want to try to go flying.
I was going to ask you when you're going to be able to get into your heli again.
Now, since I went, of course, I went out to your house the day before surgery, so
yes,
that was the last time I was flying. So I wanted to try to go up to the mountains, even Telluride if I could.
With the helicopter?
Oh, yeah.
Bluegrass Festival this weekend.
If you decide to come by our house this weekend on Sunday, I'm doing yoga from 10 to 11. I'll be home around 11:30 or noon.
Okay, cool. We might drop by.
And Adeline will be there, and Romeo will be there. You could meet him if it's early enough. I know they have to drive back to Grand Junction on Sunday afternoon.
Whoa, what's in Grand Junction?
That's where they live right now.
Oh.
They're here looking at apartments this weekend. He's getting a transfer out here, and of course she's working for Capless.
Of course.
Hey, Shannon, Shannon, are you there?
Yeah.
Would you want to be the DD for the Sweaty Girls Club night out?
That doesn't mean double dildo. No. What are you asking?
He's disgusting. He is so disgusting.
Designated driver, Shannon. I'm telling Mark on you anyway.
Well, if it's the other one,
kick
think
your
about
ass.
me. But no, driving, no, I'm good.
Oh, you don't want to do that?
No.
Oh, I'm sure will be a lot of fun. It will be a hoot.
Oh, no, I'm sure. Laugh riot.
Mm-hmm.
I might go to jail.
I'd visit you.
There's nothing in this thing that says she was cheated. Denver Audi didn't say she was cheated.
All right.
There's not one thing here, not one thing that says she was cheated.
JR from the road, do you want to be our DD? You're a truck driver, so I know you drive good.
He's hauled a load now and again.
Ooh, maybe Deputy Dollar. Maybe I could talk Deputy Dollar into... Have you ever met Deputy Dollar?
He speeds.
Since his initials are DD, that should work out.
Yes! Deputy Dollar, if you're listening.
You were born for this role.
You were born to be the Sweaty Girls Club DD.
And there is no way he speeds. Yeah, here you go.
630 KHOW, an iHeart radio station.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-8255. I was looking over the paperwork that was sent to me by that woman who said that Denver Audi said she was cheated. Nothing, not one thing says she was cheated. It said it was poor quality work. Nothing said she was cheated at all. Larry, what's going on in your life, Larry? Welcome to the show.
Hey, Tom. Before I have my car question, I have a real quick comment about the guy that was complaining about outrageous power bills.
Yes.
Earlier.
Yes, he said after he switched to the smart meter, his bills went from 20-something a month to $400.
Well, he needs to get several bills from prior to the switch and to get some bills since the change and look at the actual power consumption and the rates he was charged. Without doing that, you can't tell what his situation is. So
that is a good point.
Research.
That is a good point.
Okay. Oh, and XL did my roof yesterday.
Oh, good. I'm glad.
And it's only the second time in my life that I've ever hired somebody to do anything on my house.
Wow.
And I was kind of apprehensive.
What, were you going to do your own roof?
Well, at 83, I think I'm beyond doing my own roof.
But did you used to do your own roof?
I did the roof 17 years ago when I added on to the back of the house. I did the whole thing myself, yes.
Wow. Okay, brother, what's going on? You're 83. I'm catching up to you.
Well, you better hurry. On my car, I've got a 99 Mercury, and my air conditioner sometimes does not start up right away after I start driving. Sometimes it'll be 2 or 3 minutes. Sometimes it'll be 30 minutes. And I'm wondering if I might have a vacuum leak to the control.
Oh, man. On that age, when was the last time you had that service, that AC system?
At least 12, 15 years ago.
Well,
I'm wondering if the refrigerant's low, if that would trigger.
Oh my God!
It
could be anything. So you're saying that when you turn on your air, you don't get air immediately?
Correct. Now, sometimes when I'm just driving down the road, 2 or 3 minutes later, it'll start. Sometimes I'll be driving down the road, and it'll stop, and it won't go back on for half an hour.
Are you saying the blower motor quits running, or it quits blowing cold?
Well, it just quits. I mean, the blower quits, and that switch is kind of squirrely because I think it operates a vacuum circuit or something.
Larry, you haven't had it serviced in 20 years, and you're asking, could it be low on refrigerant? Absolutely, positively, it could be. But it could be seals it could be any number of things.
Well, 15 years ago, I had a problem with the blend door. And I knew that's what it was because it would stick shut or open or whatever. And so I knew that's what the problem was. And so I took it in, and they serviced the air conditioner, and I told them, well, what about that problem with the blend door? And so they said, oh, well, we're going to have to investigate that. Well, it turns out they had to almost disassemble everything in the dashboard to get to that, and it cost me $600. Of course, like I say, that's 15 years ago. So with the age of the car now, I mean, I grew up, I didn't have air conditioning in a vehicle until I was 45, so it doesn't bother me to roll down the window.
All right.
I just was wondering an opinion if it would be more likely the refrigerant or maybe a vacuum leak.
It could be either one on a car that age with how many miles you've got on it. 15 years since it's been touched. You could have any other number of things,
Larry.
too.
Larry, it's unreasonable to even think it's one or the other. It probably needs to. I know you don't like spending money. I can tell by what you just said. I mean, but God, sometimes by putting off maintenance, you just cause yourself more maintenance.
Well, this has only been happening for the last 2 or 3 years, and like I say, eventually when I'm driving down the road, it'll come on and it works perfectly.
Well, then, fine. Larry, if you don't mind it, you're not going to get. I'm going to tell you something right now. That problem, you're not going to get out of that problem for $1,000. It's going to be $1,000 minimum. Wouldn't you say that,
now,
Jeff? Jeff,
easily,
what do you think? Seriously.
Yeah, easily, 100%.
With a system that old.
If I just go in for a recharge of refrigerant, $1,000 is not reasonable.
Okay, hold on, Larry. No air conditioning shop is going to give you a recharge on a system that old without going through it.
They're going to have to troubleshoot it.
Yep. Not one shop will give you a recharge.
Then they're just looking for an excuse to charge me $500 to $1,000.
No, it's actually Larry.
They're actually looking to fix the problem.
Larry, if you go in to have a recharge, and let's say a recharge is going to cost you $400 or $500, they're not going to want to do that. It's like wasting money. Larry, you're living in the past, brother. I can't help it, but people actually charge for what they do. And even to have that system recharged is going to cost you $300 or $400. Did you know that?
I've seen advertisements for recharges for $149.
Yeah, well, no one is going to work on your car for $149. And if they do, they're stealing money from you because it's going to be useless. Why would you tell me this, why would you recharge a system if you don't know it's going to hold a charge? Why would you waste money like that?
But it evidently has refrigerant now, and it just might be low. In 20 years, it's bound to leak out maybe a little bit.
Okay, Larry, you didn't call. Larry, you didn't call for help. You don't want to hear the truth. You're living in the past. You know what I say? Roll your windows down. No, I'm done with Larry. Roll your windows down. You've been getting along fine. Just roll your windows down. When it kicks in, you can roll your windows back up again. Look, man, I don't have time to talk to somebody with a a 2000. How old is his car right now? 25 years.
1999.
Huh?
It's a 1999. It's a Mercury.
Yeah, I mean, it's God love you that you want to save money, but you're really, I don't have time for it. Okay, what you're doing is you're just not realistic. Okay, and I know you think everybody's out to cheat you, but that's life, bro. Okay, it's just life. You have a 26-year-old car and you expect to get a $149 charge. It ain't going to happen. Anybody with any ethical mechanic, would you put a charge on that? Would you just put a charge on that, Jeff? Well, of course you wouldn't, because it might leak right out again. Yeah. Any shop is going to want to check that system out. Any shop, unless I guess you'll find people to steal money from you. Yeah, give me $149, I'll give you a charge, be on your way. But he's convinced because it still has refrigerant in there, it can't have a leak. Paul, what's going on with you, Paul? Welcome. What's happening?
Yeah, hi. Thanks for taking my call, Tom.
Yes, sir, Paul.
Yeah, I'm looking at buying a property in Denver. It's sort of West Wash Park, and it's an old home. It's over 100 years old, and it would be a rental property. But the strange thing that came out to me is that when you walk the property's great. The next door neighbor, this is one of these small lots,
Is there something wrong? Is that with me, Shannon, or is that with his
Nope,
phone?
that's him.
All right, hold on. Let's come right back to him and see if we can reestablish that connection right after this.
Awesome.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Tom Martino.
Actually, I might start doing that to you every time you go to a call at 37.
Now, Impact Traffic.
God.
This report is sponsored.
Yes.
The morning
terrible.
update.
You might see some slowdowns on the northeast end of town, I-76 eastbound between Wadsworth and Sheridan. Recent crash has been all cleared up. Seen about a minute or two of delays. As
That
crews
Larry
clear out of
guy,
there.
he
South
was
of there,
impossible.
I-25 northbound, some stop-and-go traffic between...
You're trying to cheat me.
Complaints on I-25 southbound. For folks heading to DIA, I-70 eastbound, slow driving starts at Havana all the way to Pena Boulevard.
I used to see a movie for a nickel.
Voted for Donald Trump? Then you've got to start your day with the 47 Morning Update with me, Ben Ferguson. All the headlines from Trump's Oval Office. It's quick, it's bold, and it's unfiltered. So download the 47 Morning Update now wherever you get your podcasts.
When you're in trouble with a personal injury, you don't know who to turn to, I want you to call John Fuller. Listen, he's one of the few, in fact, the only personal injury attorney I know that will take your call before you hire him or anyone. In other words, if you're just making inquiries, most law firms want to sign you up first, then have you talk to an attorney. What you do with John Fuller is you talk to the attorney first, then you decide if you want to sign up. John Fuller, call him first. He'll talk to you. He'll evaluate your case. He'll give you free information. If you decide to hire him, you'll get his cell phone number that you can call or text anytime. And that's the truth. 303-597-4500. 303-597-4500.
Thank you. Kelly is like Velma.
Yeah, I know.
Jeepers, I can't see without my glasses.
Travel plans, and if it's on the calendar, we just wouldn't make any travel plans during that time. That's why I want to get it on the calendar.
Yeah, it's going to be most likely a Friday, and I will be dead.
Okay, cool. It looks like I fixed it in a way, so that's cool. The camera. Yeah, it came back up, so I'm glad I could fix that.
I didn't know it went down.
Just for a minute. I fixed it, Tom.
All right.
I heard him talking about it. Is Mark coming back?
Yeah, he's just in a meeting. I'm guessing it's just taking longer than, if he's not here by, I would keep his stuff up just in case, Kelly.
Okay.
So he can chime in on the show. Go Kelly, that was me, Talib.
Exactly.
I'm going to take credit where credit is due. God bless.
Yeah.
Anthony Duran, are you related to Frank Duran? I don't know how common the last name Duran is, honestly.
At least two people have it.
Yep. Oh, it is common. I did not realize that.
All right, Shannon.
Yeah.
How about you guys? You doing anything fun this weekend?
Adeline's in town, so we made what we called some beer besties last spring.
Mm-hmm.
So about once a month we get together with them, and so we're going to get together with them tomorrow and with Addie and her guy. That's it. Genesis, they painted our whole inside of our house.
Mm-hmm.
And coming back for touch-up, that kind of stuff. So, nothing too crazy. We're traveling for the 4th. We're going to fly out Friday on the 4th to Atlanta. My mother's having a little party thing on Saturday. Then we have to fly home Sunday. And then I don't know if I'm going yet, but Mark is then just going to hop on a flight while we're there to go to Shadron for Miles' closing on the 7th. I'm a little nervous about that airplane, and everybody says you shouldn't be. It's a little. Have you heard about that? Were you here when Mark was talking about that?
What airplane are we talking about? He's already been in one airplane accident. What are the odds of him getting in another one?
Yeah. What kind of plane was it? Do you remember, Jeff?
A little guy. I don't know.
Yeah, some Cessna thing.
A caravan.
Tom, it holds 8 people. Mark flew it.
A caravan.
Yes, a caravan. That is. I'm just a little nervous to fly.
The caravan is one of the safest planes in the air.
Oh, that's what everybody says. So it's like, okay, maybe I'll go ahead and go with them then. I get anxiety flying anyway.
Yeah,
so.
But the caravan's a good plane.
Okay.
Do some Benadryl.
I would do some hard drugs and alcohol.
Yeah. I was trying to involve you in there. But if nothing else, will you be flying at night on the 4th?
We land in Atlanta at 7:30, I think, at night.
So you won't see a lot of fireworks from the plane, which is the coolest, by the way.
I bet. I was thinking about that. We're staying in a hotel.
Yeah, but sometimes if you're too high, you don't get a perspective. I'm Tom Martino. Jay has a comment on Larry. Larry's the one with a 26-year-old car and didn't want to spend more than a couple $100 on his AC and thinks everyone's out to cheat him. Go ahead, Jay. What is your comment?
Oh, a couple things. On that old car, that's a really, really, really simple, not at all sophisticated system. And it takes literally 5 minutes for any good tech to tell them if it needs a charge or not.
Okay.
So that's not too big a deal.
But if it needs a charge, that doesn't mean if it needs a charge, that doesn't mean it's going to hold a charge.
No, but if it's still working after 26 years, that'd be one hell of a slow leak. So it might be worth it for the summer. But they could tell them in 5 minutes if it needs a charge or not. And then if it does, it does.
Can they tell them? Can they tell them how slow the leak is?
If it's been 26 years and it's just now giving him problems.
Well, how do we know it was 26 years, but the problem happened all within 4 weeks? I mean, we don't know how slow or fast that leak is. JR, you don't have enough, or Jay, I'm sorry, you don't have enough information to go on.
I know a lot about those cars.
Well, you got a big deal. You got a 26-year-old car. You don't know when it started leaking. How do you know if it's a fast or slow leak?
Well, actually, you can easily charge it, put a dye in it, and see how.
And that's exactly what I said. Now, what do you? Okay, we are in agreement. So, Jay, what would that cost?
I don't know what people are charging to top off a car these days.
No, I didn't say to top it off. To put a dye in and do a leak down, how much would it cost to do a leak down test on an air conditioner to determine if it can take a charge?
Let me tell you the process, and you can guess as well as I can.
Okay.
If it is low, you put in a gas that has dye in it. When it starts having a problem again, you look with your UV light to see where the leak was. You gauge about how long it took, and then you know where the leak is. So you fix the leak and move on with your life. It could be the rest of his life. It may never leak again, or enough to ever matter. It might leak all out in a day, but it's going to leave a trace where it leaks.
And how long does that take, Jay?
Take forever.
How long does that take to test it?
A matter of minutes.
Okay. How much, if you go into today's auto shops and you do a complete leak down test of that system, how much is it going to cost?
The first thing I would personally do is just top it off with a...
See, but Jay, you're not in business, and Jay, you're not in business, and this is probably why, because, everyone says, a few minutes here, a few minutes there. I'm asking straight up, if I drove into a shop and asked them to check my system for leaks and pressure and to recharge it, what would that cost?
You don't start that way. That's what I'm trying to tell you, Tom. That's not how you start a job like that.
How do you start it?
First thing you need to do, you start by seeing if it's even low. If it is, then you fill it up with dye. Then you let it go.
That's
send it out the door.
Jay. Okay, that's exactly what I just said. To fill it up with dye and to check it, you're checking for leaks. How much does that cost? Or are you telling me the shops now are doing that stuff free?
I don't remember ever saying that. I really don't. I'm not sure why you're
How
yelling
much,
at me.
Jay? All I'm asking is how much will it cost?
Hey.
This guy thought he was going to go in for $149.
You have a mechanic there. Ask a mechanic that's sitting there, what would they charge to put the gauges on and tell me if it's
You've
low or
got a minimum charge of $175 for diag. Once we start any repairs, we apply that to the repair.
Okay, so
there you go.
175, and will that get you the whole test, Jeff?
That would not include any refrigerant. You have to first evacuate the system, see how much is in it. Then you have to then you can refill it. Then you can add your dye.
Okay, so how much is all that going to take? If you had to do a check like that, would you do it for less than $249?
We don't actually do it, but the shop up the road from us, I believe they charge. I believe it is about $250.
I mentioned one time on this show right here that I would think doing an air conditioning shop would be a really cool way to make a lot of money, and I was laughed at. Now
I think you're right, Jay. I think you're 100% right. There aren't people that specialize in it as much as we think.
Would be a good business.
It really would, because you could set yourself up to do these tests routinely. You could set yourself up to get all this done. I mean, I think a lot of shops, and correct me if I'm wrong, Jeff, but a lot of shops, they think air conditioning is a pain in the ass.
There's a lot of money in it, though, so, I mean, they do it.
But the reason there's a lot of money in it is because it's expensive.
It's very expensive, yeah.
So this guy, all I was trying to get across to this guy is no one is going to, for $149, slap a charge on that AC.
The simple fact of the matter is time is money.
Okay, I got to take a break. We got more coming up.
Very nice.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Colorado Motorcycle Operator Safety Training.
You might see some slowdowns on the northeast end of town, I-76 eastbound between Wadsworth and Sheridan. Recent crash has been all cleared up. Seen about a minute or two of delays as crews clear out of there. South of there, I-25 northbound, some stop-and-go traffic between Alameda and Colfax. No major complaints on I-25 southbound. For folks heading to DIA, I-70 eastbound, slow driving starts at Havana all the way to Pena Boulevard with traffic on Marks 1.
47% of all motorcycle crashes involve riders who do not possess a legally required motorcycle endorsement. Control your destiny. Obtain your M through a 1 or 2 day motorcycle rider training course. Motorcycle and helmet provided. Sign up at comos.com. That's comos.com.
One of the most common names you'll hear with windows, siding, and doors is Gravina's. And I want to direct you to Larry Gravina, who started with his dad many, more than 65 years ago, then went out on his own on 950 West Evans. That's the Gravinas I'm talking about, 950 West Evans. The ones who are doing 50 brands of windows, not one, 50. And they do multiple brands of siding and doors. And now Nick has joined his dad, Larry, and they have the tradition and they have the heritage most companies just dream of. If you want a company that's going to be around for the long haul, to honor warranties, and to get you the right product for the right job, 303 Gravina. 303 Gravina. Hey, if you're looking to get out of high interest debt, no, let me amend that. You should be looking to get out of high interest debt, because high interest debt is a waste of money. It's just a waste. It's like throwing money away. So if you have high interest debt accumulated from credit cards, get a refi, the Smart Equity Loan from American Financing. I partnered with them for the Smart Equity Loan just to get that part of your equity that can pay off that high interest debt. Then your payments go down immediately. You save hundreds of dollars. Your credit improves, and you're on your road to financial freedom. Get rid of high interest debt. Get breathing room. You can pay it off faster if you want, or on time. 303-695-7000. 303-695-7000. AmericanFinancing.net.
NMLS 1.
Very kind.
God almighty, these fucking people just pissing me the fuck off. I'm sorry. Did I say all that out loud?
Yes, you did, Tommy. Oh my God.
Save that. Button bar.
I wasn't rolling.
I could never spell Wednesday right. I just never get it right. Doesn't
Wednesday.
I know. Yeah, right. And I always say that to myself, and then
Wednesday.
somehow I always type it wrong.
Wednesday instead of Wednesday.
Wednesday. Anthony, Tommy is not in a bad mood. I promise you.
He's getting there, though.
Yeah.
Day is young. Check back.
Maybe if you brought him some waffles, he'd be in a better mood.
Yeah.
Take him some waffles.
Waffles and donuts.
And donuts.
Who thought I was in a bad mood?
One of our newer YouTubies, he just sort of joined today. He's listened to the show a long time, so now he's hearing all your off-air stuff, thinking you're in a bad mood. I'm like, you ain't seen nothing.
He's just a jerk.
It's let's call it my chemo mode.
Yeah, chemo, yeah.
Chemo mood.
Chemo mood. That's a good one.
How many more rounds you got to do?
Oh, probably another 4 or 5.
Really?
Yes.
I thought you only had to do like 2 more, Tom.
I know, that's what they said, but they keep changing the shit.
Oh my God.
It's like the air conditioning
And
bit.
you have to wait for that to be done before you do radiation, right?
That's right. Then I got 6 weeks of radiation.
6 weeks.
Yeah, 3
Oh my
minutes.
God, Tommy,
Only 3
I am
minutes.
sorry you have more.
Yeah, I know.
thought you were done after like after the
too.
July 9th one.
Me too.
So they're just putting you in there on reheat.
I am so pissed for you.
They're just saying, you know, that I'm doing great. There's nothing showing up, but they still want to do it.
He has like 3 more months of chemo now.
Yeah.
And then 6 weeks of radiation.
Right.
So be ready to fill in, Mark.
I don't know. I don't know. I'm so pissed for him. He just found out. Like I said, I thought the next one was your last one.
Show?
3 months more he's got every other week.
I think the doctor just needs to buy a new boat. Take it out of Tom's pocket.
Yeah.
That's what my mother would say.
I was going to say,
My
tell
mother,
Jeff what your mother
they
said.
were like, she had breast cancer. They got it. Said, we got it all. You're cancer free, but we want to do more chemo. Well, why are you telling me I'm cancer free? And now you just want more money.
And
That's
she
why
didn't
you're
do it.
wanting. So she didn't.
And that was years ago.
Yeah, she did not do more.
I wouldn't. I'd be in there getting the chemo personally, but
Yeah.
she was convinced it was a money play.
Who was that?
Here you go. Hang on.
My mother.
Oh, my
Side
God.
of Hollywood.
Hey, I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. Listen, you know, there's a number of people telling me that I'm wrong when it comes to air conditioning, that apparently people should be able to pull into a garage and for free get it all checked out. Now, air conditioning is some of the most expensive service you're ever going to pay for. And I have never once heard someone take a 20-year-old car and simply throw a charge on the air conditioning system. Never once. They will want a pressure leak, pressure test it. Sometimes they have to evacuate the whole system.
Well, I'm sorry, I missed a lot of this, but a couple things just because I own shops forever. You know, we would never do anything like that for free. We would pump red dye into it, then check it a couple days later. But saying that, you realize, Tom, you can go out to Walmart and for about $30 buy a can of ozone killer and put it in yourself.
Okay.
And if you don't know what you're doing, you can also have that can explode in your hand.
And you can overfill it?
You can overfill it, but if you roll on the high side of that system, it will blow that can apart.
Oh,
All
yeah.
right. Now, Joe, I'm not sure maybe we can get Deputy Doc working on the problem. What's going on with your landlord tenant? Are you, they hung up? Okay, I was going to take him and have Deputy Doc take care of it. But listen, here's what I'm getting at, okay? People, I don't know. I'm filled with talking to, I'm filled up. I'm over talking to people who buy cars with 150,000 miles or 200,000 miles on them and are surprised when there's a problem. I swear to God, they buy them as is with 150, no, even 250,000 miles, and then are pissed off when there's something wrong with them. Don't ever buy a car, ever, with that much mileage. I'm Tom Martino. Don't forget 303 Martino. We'll try to help you the best we can, but you can't be stupid. 303-713-8255.
Jeez, Urs, go deal with that anger.
Okay.
Love you. Talk to you later.
See you, man.
Bye.